yourself for having that thought.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. I don't want reality.
That's hot.
So hot.
I see that you know your judo well.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Fucking bitch.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Illegal.
I'm staying in the race.
Winter is coming.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Illegal.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the ritual.
Well, here we are again. Floating through space and time. wondering what is in store for us in the future. A lot to cover tonight, so we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, Spacefans, as this journey might be dangerous as we travel through that deep, dark abyss. Well, that's right, Overlord is here. I'm here, and I missed you all. Oh no, I'm in Top Chat, and I have missed the first three. Who was here first? I think it was, if I recall correctly, Mo and Noah, Aaron W, and PB123 in the chat. Don't know who it's worth, but hello to BCat, Sasha G, Teddy Cool, Soul Life even, Bob Carmody, Mozzie. Who else we got? I think that's it for now. Although I am in Top Chat, so I might be getting repressed. Alright. Looking good. Looking good. We got a hell of a lot to talk about. Things are, not gonna lie, pretty bad. In particular, in the state of the presidential election, which we are going to be talking about shortly. Before we do that, we do have some other stories to talk about first, in a place you might be familiar with called the United States. Where, you know, things are still pretty stupid. Alright, let's start here with policing. This is Eyewitness News, ABC 7 New York from 4 hours ago.
There are growing concerns today about police chases through the streets of New York City. It comes after a cyclist in Queens was struck and killed Tuesday night by a truck that officers were pursuing. Eyewitness News reporter Janice Yu is live in Astoria this afternoon with the story. Janice.
Hi there. People in this neighborhood are still shaken up over what happened Tuesday. And here behind me is a growing memorial.
Please hold. My browser is having a meltdown. Don't know why it's doing this to us. Very rude. Everything is lagging suddenly, but it's not even the stream that's lagging. It's actually, for once, my computer lagging. Oh wait, no, the stream is also lagging. No, I take it back. Stream is lagging. Okay, fine. Go back here. We'll talk. We'll chat. We'll chat momentarily. Try and let the stream get its wits about it. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. Oh, I was gonna say, Monob, don't give away your chat medal. I remember the first three. That's all I remember. But I do remember. And the fact is I've got the window open first. At least I think I do, before anybody. And so however it posts on my window is how it is counted. You know, I assume that even YouTube is capable of, what's it called? Measuring these sorts of things. But wow, yeah, look at that lag. Look at that. That's pretty bad. That's good. That's what we want. Well, while we're sitting here, I guess I'll do this. You want to see something? Want to see something fun? Which I'm pretty sure we can do right now. Let's do that. Is that unhidden? Okay, good. It's a good start. Now... yeah. Look at that. That is what the office might wind up looking like here. I have been decorating in my spare time, trying to get everything ready
for Halloween, which is coming up so soon. 7 days. Almost as quickly as the election. Whoops, I just hid my monitor. There. Hey. How long is this gonna happen for now? Why does this have to happen every stream? Because the fact is, my computer's back to working perfectly fine. But the stream isn't. Oh, wait. Now it is. Oh, it looks good. Ooh, that looks nice. There we go. Okay, great. Look at that. Alright, okay. Fantastic. I guess I was behind the stream. I guess I must have been shot back in time. Which is weird because, you know, I didn't even consider it. I forgot to make a second link for vertical stream, so I'm actually running a vertical stream, but nobody can see it. Which is hilarious to me. Wait, it is lagging again, though, a little bit. It's not bad. It's not bad. It could be way worse. We've seen way worse, but I don't like it. Your anxiety just went up. That's not good. Was it my fault? Did I do something? Alright, back to trying to get ourselves to the most important stories of the day. I was just trying to get us through the sort of, what do you call it? Like the tertiary stories. I think that's the right way to use that. I think I can use that in that way.
Well, growing concerns today about police chases through the streets of New York City. It comes after a cyclist in Queens was struck and killed Tuesday night by a truck that officers were pursuing. Eyewitness News reporter Janice Yu is live in Astoria this afternoon with the story. Janice.
Hi there. People in this neighborhood are still shaken up over what happened Tuesday. And here behind me is a growing memorial. People have brought candles and flowers and a picture of Amanda as well. And as you mentioned, this once again ignites the conversation about police pursuits in the city. And advocates say these are simply dangerous and they should not be happening at all.
I'm a cyclist myself. I commute into the city. I go down that street, you know. I've crossed that avenue many times.
A memorial marks the place where Amanda Servadio was killed Tuesday night while on her bike. The 36-year-old was an avid cyclist, according to her profile on an exercise app.
I was just looking at the memorial there. It was very sad. There are lots of cyclists, very pedestrian-friendly neighborhood normally. My partner and I have lived here for a while now. We lived on 33rd Street prior, and there are always cars just kind of racing by.
Authorities say this all started when officers tried to pull the driver of a pickup truck over for a burglary. The driver fled from police, hit several police cars, and surveillance video shows the truck slamming into Servadio at 37th Street and 34th Avenue, sending her and her bike flying into the air. The three people in the truck eventually ditched the car and fled. Investigators say the license plate was covered, but it led them to an address on Staten Island.
Police chases just absolutely should not exist in New York City, and they're against NYPD policy for a reason. And that's because when there are cars careening and speeding down city streets, it's dangerous.
Advocates.
Exactly. It's fucking dangerous. New York City is filled with pedestrians and cyclists, and this is not the first instance of this. This is just, we just don't cover every time this happens, but this is happening way too often. Not just in New York City, but more frequently in big cities like New York. It happened, but it happens all over the country, and it is a problem. Okay, all right, let's go on to this. This is NBC LA from 2 days ago. LA City Council candidate responds to backlash against her remarks on police.
Illegal.
Now at 11, she is trying to unseat a city councilman at the center of a racist audio scandal. And tonight, she is at the center of her own controversy with what she said about the police. Good evening, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams. The candidate here, Isabel Jurado.
Okay, seriously, every time I look at this lady,
at a meeting.
I know that I've looked it up because of how much I think it every time I see her, because we do watch NBC LA pretty frequently, honestly. But I swear to God, she must be some sort of distant cousin of Maria Bartiromo.
Greet with college students. NBC4's Darsha Phillips live downtown with her reaction tonight and reaction from her opponent, Councilman Kevin DeLeon. Darsha.
Yeah, Colleen, we're just about 2 weeks from the election, and Council District 14 seat is as hotly contested as ever. Now, Isabel Jurado made those comments, as you mentioned, at Cal State LA during a meet and greet, and it really has drawn really strong reactions from all sides. Isabel Jurado, a candidate for Council District 14, in the hot seat after comments she made at a meet and greet at Cal State Los Angeles when answering a student's question.
As someone who's myself pro-abolishment of police, where do you stand on that spectrum? And also, what do you think about Kevin DeLeon's discretionary fund spending on overtime for police?
Yeah. What's the rap verse? F the police, that's how I see them.
The recording, which was first posted on Westside Current.
I support that message. In fact, I support it so much I think we should listen to it again.
Discretionary fund spending on overtime for police.
Yeah. What's the rap verse? F the police, that's how I see them.
The recording, which...
Now, she is getting backlash for this comment, as you might expect, but the LAPD kind of just genuinely do deserve that, and there's no getting around it. Okay, alright. Let's go on to this concerning trend. This is from CBS News from 6 days ago.
A new report published by Stop AAPI Hate shows a recent rise in discrimination and hate against South Asian Americans. The nonprofit organization found 75% of anti-Asian online threats in August were directed toward South Asians. It also found 43% of South Asian American adults say they experienced an act of hate in 2023.
It's insane.
And 48% have been subject to a potential civil rights violation in their life.
Like, we don't need to have any more of this conversation. This is fucking insane, and we need to do something about this, as this is nearly half of all South Asian adults experienced a hate act in just the year 2023. Come the fuck on.
Illegal.
I see that you know your judo well.
This is wild. It's just when I saw that number, I was like, how is this possible? How it genuinely floored me. All right, I didn't literally fall to the ground, but I was in my brain just sort of clutching for sense in this situation. How was it possible? Well, here, I hate me. Okay, let's go to this next video, which might at least explain some of it. Maybe not. Well, you'll see. You'll see what I mean. People like this are not helping.
A Detroit judge landed herself in hot water and off the bench for making alleged racist and homophobic remarks. Judge Kathleen Ryan is out of her courtroom after more than a decade on the job. Heather Catallo from Scripps News Detroit, who broke this story, by the way, has new details on why the investigation into Ryan is now expanding. I'm Heather Catallo.
Okay, hold on.
It's a story we first broke.
Before we get any further, this woman was literally, she was in office, like she said, for more than a decade, sitting on the bench, making judicial decisions on people's very lives.
Like, that's the whole purpose of judges, for them to be there in the moments to make important decisions. And you got this for over a decade. I mean, just wow.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
No, hush. You would say that, Jordan.
Is now expanding.
I'm Heather Catallo. It's a story we first broke. A local judge accused of making racist and homophobic comments. Judge Kathleen Ryan was removed from her docket in late August. And now I've learned that investigators from the Judicial Tenure Commission have been conducting interviews about the judge's alleged behavior with employees at the Oakland County Probate Court. The question now is, will she be taken off the bench for good or allowed to go back to work?
I can honestly
Prepare
say
yourselves.
that. Okay, I'm
Wait,
not
sorry.
racist, I'm a new racist.
The 7 investigators were the first to reveal.
I forgot to mention ahead of time. This does get... I mean, if you weren't prepared at this point, now please do take the moment to get ready for some very racist remarks.
Recordings that Oakland officials say prompted Judge Kathleen Ryan's removal from her docket in August.
Black. I'm
Jesus
so all of
Christ.
this Black Lives Matter, hashtag Me Too.
Oh my God.
All this. Oh my God. Like, you.
Ryan is the Oakland County Chief Probate Pro Tem Judge.
Kathleen A. Ryan presiding. Good morning.
That was the mentality of a woman sitting on the judge's bench for an entire county, I think. Was it? Whatever it is, it's too much. I mean, she shouldn't be, I don't know, given the responsibility of a Facebook account, let alone being a judge.
Black Lives Matter, hashtag Me Too. All this. Oh my God. Like, you.
Ryan is the Oakland County Chief Probate Pro Tem Judge.
Kathleen A. Ryan presiding. Good morning. You may be seated.
And she's been on the bench for more than 13 years.
Illegal.
Attorney Edward Hutton is the Oakland County Probate Court Administrator.
I've never met anybody that enjoys hurting people and brags about it the way she does, or intimidating people, scaring people.
Hutton is in charge of running everything that's not under the judge's purview inside one of the state's largest probate courts. He alleges Judge Ryan has been calling him both during work and after hours for years. And Hutton says during those hours and hours of calls, Judge Ryan said highly inappropriate and racist things.
But this whole Black Lives.
Like, the fact that she knew that she's a judge. She should know that. I mean, it's wild. Like, she's not only clearly a bigoted racist, but also an idiot.
Ryan said highly inappropriate and racist things.
But this whole Black Lives Matter stuff, you know, they're like, everyone's all entitled. Let's assume that they did get screwed just because of the nature of their color and the way America is. Systemic racism, all that. Fine. But don't they have an
Just fine.
obligation?
I'm sorry. That's how she wrapped it up. Okay, fine. Like, like, what the fuck is this? What is this? Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm back. Let's go back to assuming that, quote unquote, they did get screwed because of the nature of their color. Wild.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
All that. Fine. But don't they have an obligation to step up to the plate too? I mean, think about it. All they have to do is look at it.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
This woman is fucking crazy. I can't believe she even started off the sentence with like, all right, let's she's like steel manning the argument. Let's grant the premise that maybe systemic racism exists. But shouldn't they have to step up to the plate? It's like what the fuck? What? What the fuck, dude?
Put your drum up.
Oh my fucking God. Judge Judy. Wait, Judy? Kathleen Ryan. For you people. That, holy shit. I mean, yes, that was a Matlack as Hitler impression. That's You've never heard me do that one before?
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite sort of sleeper sound shots. Don't think about it too hard. Don't think too hard about the sentence nature of their color, because it goes down a wildly racist rabbit hole. I mean, that's eugenicist talk right there. Alright, let's talk about a problem going on, not with race, not with policing, but this is actually a public health crisis that is happening right now, suddenly being revealed. We've criticized McDonald's for a bunch of stuff in the past, but this is, well, they seem to be really caring about food safety over here.
We begin tonight here with the news coming in. The CDC investigating a deadly E. coli outbreak involving McDonald's. The outbreak has been linked to Quarter Pounders. The warning from the CDC just in, one ingredient they're now looking into, the sliced onions used for those Quarter Pounders. But they have not said for sure that that was the culprit. At least 49 people sickened in 10 states. At least 10 people have been hospitalized. One person has died. But the CDC says the outbreak may go beyond these states. McDonald's said in a statement late today the initial investigation linked to a single supplier that serves 3 distribution centers. For now, the company has stopped using fresh sliced onions, and they're pulling Quarter Pounders in the affected states. ABC's Ariel.
Yeah, but one supplier that, you know, gives food to 3 distributors. I mean, distributors are, sending food out to franchises all over the country. Right, so I mean, stuff like this happens, and suddenly people all over the place are getting sick.
Chef leading us off tonight.
Tonight, the CDC is warning of a deadly E. coli outbreak linked to the McDonald's Quarter Pounder. At least 49 people in 10 states have gotten sick between September 27th and October 11th. 10 had to be hospitalized, including a child with severe kidney complications. Colorado reporting the most cases with 27 and 1 death, reportedly an older person. E. coli is a bacteria that can cause serious illness, including fever, stomach cramps, and, in severe cases, can be deadly. All of the people who got sick reported eating at McDonald's beforehand. Most reporting they ate a Quarter Pounder hamburger. McDonald's removing the sandwich from the menu in affected areas, saying in a statement a subset of illnesses may be linked to slivered onions used in the Quarter Pounder and sourced by a single supplier that serves 3 distribution centers.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to say that there's any direct link between this and Donald Trump having recently been inside of McDonald's, because I have absolutely no evidence for it. But could be. Just kidding. All right. All right. You know, Chili's is celebrating. Oh yeah, are they making the big bucks over there? Wouldn't be shocked to hear that some restaurants are taking advantage of this, or at least benefiting from people maybe not wanting a coli. Seems normal. All right. Before we get to politics, we get to the race and all that, we have a few more stories that are sort of tangential to the race, certainly have, you know, varying degrees of importance. Although they're not all necessary. Actually, one of them isn't actually really tangential to the race at all. But let's start with this. You may have seen my quick short compilation I did of the coverage of what happened at UCLA, where small campus protests have popped back up with the fall semester, and cops showed up to crack down.
The war in the Middle East, though, continues to spark debate and protest on a campus at UCLA.
Alright, I don't know this woman's name, but I feel like we have to give her a name. I'm not going to look it up, so it's going to be... trying to think. Mara Bartiromo? That's what we'll go with. Mara, not Maria, but Mara Bartiromo.
The war in the Middle East, though, continues to spark debate and protest on the campus at UCLA. One person was arrested overnight when police cleared a demonstration on campus there. Meantime, the ACLU has filed a new lawsuit. NBC4's Karma Dickerson following these new developments.
An unlawful assembly in the name of the people of California. Command all those assembled at Dixon Court North to immediately disperse.
UCLA police say they gave that order at about 8:30 last night, writing on X that it was an unauthorized demonstration involving about 40 people at Dixon Court North.
You guys want to share your story about why you're here?
Free Palestine. Police say almost all of the protesters left the area.
One of the protesters who stayed after the dispersal order was issued was arrested.
Sam Ulick is one of the student journalists at the Daily Bruin who covered the demonstrations that were underway by 9 Monday morning. Graduate students for justice in Palestine at UCLA, as well as Jewish Voices for Peace at UCLA, took to social media yesterday, invited those who, in their words, believe in justice and liberation for Palestine to gather in Dixon Court. They called for an interfaith observation of Sukkot, a 7-day Jewish harvest holiday where a sukkah, or temporary hut, is used.
They set this up as a continuation of their protests, calling on the UC to divest.
You know what that is? Sorry, I got distracted trying to read. But you know what this is right here? This is... That's right. Mitch McConnell is right on. A sukkah? That is anti-Semitogen at its finest.
Illegal. A 7-day Jewish harvest holiday where a sukkah, or temporary hut, is used.
They set this up as a continuation of their protests, calling on the UC to divest from companies associated with the Israeli military.
At about 3 p.m., UCLA police shared this photo saying those...
This photo is fucking hilarious. Like, I can't believe that the UCLA Police Department posted this. Like, do you see what I'm looking at right now? Like, this is ridiculous. Oh no, an illegal violation of university policy. Students sitting on the lawn.
Illegal.
I don't know if you've ever been to a college campus or perhaps been on one, been like, a student yourself. Perhaps you've even seen a college film. Oftentimes on college campuses, people sit on the lawn and socialize together and congregate. Speak to each other, stuff like that. I just found it wild that UCLA would put this here and suggest that this is a violation of university policy. What about what's happening right here is a violation of university? I'm genuinely confused. Which part of this is violating the university? This looks like if you had shown me this picture without the headline, outside of this story, I would have said, what is unusual about this picture? Genuinely, there's nothing I see here that could be classified as, regardless of violation, like this just as abnormal on a campus.
Were violating university policy.
We saw some pro-Israeli counter-protesters arrive, and they were engaging the protesters, and they were chanting and yelling at them.
The protests, however, did not reach the size or scale of the spring protest that made national headlines, led to bloody clashes and hundreds of arrests surrounding the pro-Palestinian encampment in the center of UCLA's campus.
Exactly.
Today,
So
the
it's just a
American-
continuation of the same sort of policies. They don't enforce the same policy that they are enforcing on the pro-Palestinian protesters on counter-protesters. The counter-protesters get to watch, jeer, even aggress, and sort of, harass. But no, if you're a student just sort of exercising what are ostensibly your constitutional rights while also being a student on a campus, well, you might get arrested. So, like that's the message this sends. Like, am I losing my mind?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
The Liberties Union announced a lawsuit against UCLA officials and UC Regents on behalf of two surrounding the pro-Palestinian encampment in the center of UCLA's campus. Today, the American Civil Liberties Union announced a lawsuit against UCLA officials and UC Regents on behalf of two professors and two graduate students who took part in the spring encampment. The lawsuit says the school's action was a violation of the First Amendment and calls for clearing the disciplinary records of the students and staff involved.
The three principal demands that we're making of the university: to destroy records, to not declare unlawful assemblies unlawfully, and also to stop using student safety as a basis for shutting down legitimate student.
Seriously, that's exactly what's happening. Okay. We got a lot more to talk about. So we better get right to that. First though, let's actually I'm gonna skip this one. Let's go to this because I feel like what time is it? How long have we been going for? 45 minutes. Yeah, I feel like we gotta get moving. All right, let's go to this one. This is hilarious, and this will probably be cathartic for some of you. It's not. I'm not gonna lie. It's not going to be super consequential on the election, I don't think. But it's worth a laugh, at the very least.
Tiring. Kids are exhausting.
No, Sam.
And there's not a whole lot of...
No, I don't even have time for that one right now. Let's go to this.
Tonight, Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's former lawyer, ordered to surrender his New York City apartment in just 7 days. And you can see it here thanks to Realtor.com. Wood-paneled library, intricate ceilings, wood-burning fireplace.
Ooh.
These are things that New Yorkers know are really, really hard to get and find. Giuliani also has to turn over all the valuables inside his ritzy apartment, including TVs, furniture, jewelry, and a signed Joe DiMaggio jersey, which is actually hanging above the fireplace, as you can see from Realtor.com. Now, all of this now is about to belong to Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, the election workers at Trump.
Oh, God, I can't stop myself from laughing at this. I mean, it's just, I don't know about you, but this is kind of hilarious to me to see Rudy Giuliani have to pay for having, spread election conspiracies, like, even after people told him that it was false. It's just and now here it comes home to roost.
Giuliani falsely accused, of tampering with ballots, which led to threats like this.
You die, you racist. You're a you whore.
We're gonna burn your store down.
How rude. A jury ruled Giuliani owes them around $150 million for spreading lies about them after the 2020 election. He said he didn't have the money, so now it's these assets. So let's go straight to Caitlin Poland. She's live outside the apartment Giuliani is now being forced to vacate. And Caitlin, you have done extensive reporting on Giuliani's financial problems. So as you're standing outside that apartment building right now, that apartment, I understand, is worth an estimated $6 million.
Jesus
and
Christ.
And Shay Moss are going to be handed the keys in just days. So
Follow the
then
rich way.
happens?
Yeah, Aaron, they're going to get control of this, but it's not the real estate that they're after here, even though this would be quite a nice place to live and had been in the...
Okay, so I think, did you say 6 days? And this is from 2 days ago. So it's like I want to say Sunday or Monday is when they're going to, I think Monday is probably when they're going to get it. Which means they technically would have enough time to throw like a Halloween bash inside of Giuliani's former apartment. Which is incredibly lavish. I mean, holy shit. In Manhattan?
For the former mayor of New York, it is the money that they're after, Aaron. There is...
Okay, so, yeah, their plan is to sell it. I would, if I were them, at least hold one hilarious party there. I mean, I think you have to. And then post it, like, on the internet for all of us to enjoy. And you have to, like, bring, like, a Giuliani cutout that's sweating. Like a greasy, you know, like a black oil grease sweat Giuliani cutout. Has to be attending, and maybe like one in each room or something. Like, I mean, if you're getting all this money, I mean, all these other stuff, like, he might as well, because it's not just that. He's like all of his belonging, and things like that were in this apartment are also going to him, which include a bunch of stuff that are apparently like really, you know, important to him. I mean, Rudy, oh my God, Rudy Giuliani. What's it called? DiMaggio signed jersey? I mean, that, for New York's mayor, quote unquote, that's an important piece of memorabilia. That's why it's framed above the mantle. It's going to break him. I mean, this is probably what's happening to him right now. I know this is from a while ago, but this is probably could be used as B-roll for like a documentary for what's happening right now.
Sidney was giving you information that come from
Rudy
affidavits
Giuliani,
from other people, with a very big spike in the vote count at exactly that time. Right up. So what we're telling you is supported by evidence. Republicans shut out.
Okay. The plans for Epstein's murder. Okay, that's genuinely hilarious. Normal. That's the best conspiracy theory I've ever heard. I mean, or at least it's competing for top spot. That one is genuinely hilarious. I just want to believe it just because of how funny it is. I have zero evidence for it. It's fucking... Oh, that's good. That is funny. Totally possible. Entirely possible. I have absolutely no way of knowing. We'd have to do a bunch of research. Well, important and deserved reason. Maybe not right now. Maybe later after the election is done. I think we just don't have time to explore that theory any further, but we really should soon. And speaking of the election, I think we should probably get to it now. I had another one that I really want to cover, but we just don't have time because I want. What else do we have to cover? Hold on, let me look through my. Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to assess really quickly how many minutes of content I actually wanted us to get through today. You're like, StreamLord, how am I supposed to do that quickly? Well, don't question it. Yeah, I think we're going to skip ahead. Let's go here. Straight to the election. That's it. We will talk about what I wanted to talk about, that being Puerto Rico and Puerto Rican politics and a current shift happening there. But we will get to it soon enough. The fact is, with recent details coming to light, that being poll numbers that I've been looking at.
Feeling stressed about the upcoming election?
Time for us to get to it.
You're not alone. An American Psychological Association poll taken earlier this year found that 65% of U.S. adults felt exhausted by politics, while 55% felt angry.
So most people in the United States are both exhausted and angry. This I feel like this sound shot is basically the tone of America right now. That's America right now. Who was mayor of NYC when Epstein was murdered? It wasn't Adams. It was, who was before Adams? Why can't I think of who it is right now? Is it Bloomberg? No. Fucking hell. No, it was after Bloomberg. It was like whoever was after Bloomberg, I think. Right? De Blasio? I think it was de Blasio. I can't... Whatever reason... I searched the wrong thing. It just gave me garbage. But I think it's Blasio. Billy. Old Billy de Blasio. Was I right? Thank you, Sasha. Thank you for confirming. Alright, let's go here first. We're gonna do the political race in a slightly kind of chronological order, at least in some cases. Let's start off with like one of the older videos. This is from 3 days ago. Breakfast Club. Laura Trump. That's right. Old Eric Trump's wife came on to the Breakfast Club to talk to Charlemagne and what can I think of?
And you know, there was never any proof of it.
My brain just broke. I think the reason why I'm always forgetting DJ Envy's name is because I'm always trying to think of like a normal name for him, but instead he's DJ Envy, and it's like okay. I know he's got a normal name probably, but I've certainly never taken the time.
And to be honest,
he's not a normal person. Yeah, that's true. But you know, who am I to criticize about stage names? I glass houses.
Republican or?
You know, I would say yes.
Hold on, the first part of this is super boring. I'm trying to think of where... We're not going to listen to too much of this. You know what, fuck it. I think we're going to listen to like the first... I mean, like, nobody was, aside from Trump, political, like, in the Trump family. Like, he would go out and do crazy things like buying full-page ads about the Central Park 5. You know, stuff like that. But everybody else was just sort of, you know, living the Trump life, that being just this sort of moneyful existence of golden elevators and like champagne showers, I guess, right? Like, I mean, I'm trying to, you know, I feel like I'm actually being generous right now. Okay, that's enough. Hold on. Enough of this. Right, flashbacks of January 6th.
Illegal.
White House,
there was
and
an
I would
attempted
actually
coup of the country.
Well, that you can argue that a lot of different ways, peacefully.
You can argue it a lot of different ways, but there is only one truth, and it was an entire mob of MAGA supporters who literally attacked the Capitol. I don't know, what was the actual bill for fixing the Capitol building? I can't remember what the number was. $30 million in damages. Totally peaceful. Totally peaceful. during the supposed Joe Biden coup, and Laura Trump just answers a completely different question. Oh my god! And I think we went past the spot that I wanted to hit now, and I'm regretting doing what I've done. You know what? Screw it, we're moving. I think we might move past this one. Hold on, wait. Hold on, let me just double check this real quick. I'm trying to remember this because there's just one point where Charlemagne just shuts her down, and it's just so good because she's going on and on about how she's like how great and like, and then makes this claim, and like Charlemagne's like, but you know, you remember Donald Trump running in 2000, and she's like, he didn't run in 2000. And he's like, what, you sure? You want to check? You want to check for me real quick? She's like, no, it's fine. It's definitely didn't happen. And like, it's weird that she either seemed to not know, and I should have just written down where it is. This is a goddamn hour-long interview. Here,
who's just doing like savory dishes. There's a lot of
no.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've got a ticket coming up
Wait,
very
I'm sorry,
soon.
Laura.
Vote
You just
very
got done.
It's
I'm sorry.
early voting in a lot of places right now.
Laura Trump just got done saying that nobody would have done it, and then two people get done saying that they did it and that other people did it, and she's like, yeah, totally, as if that was the assumption that she wasn't just refuting moments ago. Envy, you are you are blocking the point that was being made just now. Please hold. Donald Trump failed 2000 presidential campaign. Let's see, who do we go to? I guess we'll go to New York Magazine. In late '99, Donald Trump spent time and money exploring the self-evidently absurd notion that a shady real estate developer with a side hustle and self-help books could win the White House. By the time the 2000 election rolled around, the party could offer to anyone, that being the Reform Party, anyone who secured its nomination, $12 million in federal matching funds and ballot access. Trump's exploration efforts were, of course, highly visible. Op-eds were written, speeches given, Reform Party delegates courted. A group core of a dozen or more advisors and consultants were involved. But as Trump was testing the waters, right-wing firebrand Pat Buchanan and his supporters were taking advantage of the Reform Party's low-barrier entry. Roger Stone, Trump advisor and right-wing operative, Donald was unimpressed with the candidacies of Bush and Gore. And basically, I mean, he went on, and eventually, later on, in like the year 2000, he dropped out. I think it was in, let's see here. I think it was pretty late. It was late on in the race, but it was very public and very official. It seems like Laura's just completely forgotten and rewrote history. And I loved how Charlemagne had let her go on and sort of rewrite history for, I don't know, a full 2 minutes. It was waiting and waiting, and then DJ Envy comes in with the worst sort of interjection over the top of what was a great point, and sort of killed the flow of all that. But the fact is like, it was masterful, because he got her to just sort of sit there and say a bunch of completely counterfactual things in a way that, at least in her mind, she was very authoritative on, and all this other stuff. And then in one sentence, he obliterated her. And it was just hilarious to me when I saw it. Okay, all right, let's move along to this. You may have already seen one of my videos that I put out regarding this report from The Atlantic, but here's CNN.
Out front tonight, the breaking news, the kind of generals Hitler had. An 11th hour bombshell report from The Atlantic Jeffrey Goldberg, quoting Trump touting the loyalty of Hitler's generals and reporting that Trump complained about picking up the tab for a fallen U.S. soldier's funeral, calling her an effing Mexican. All right, well, let's start with Hitler's generals. Goldberg reporting that he asked Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, about claims that Trump once asked him, quote, "Why can't you be like the German generals?" So Goldberg then writes, well, he told me that when Trump raised the subject of German generals, Kelly responded by asking, "Do you mean Bismarck's generals?" He went on, "I mean, I know he didn't know who Bismarck was or about the Franco-Prussian War. I said, do you mean the Kaiser's generals? Surely you cannot mean Hitler's generals." And he said, yeah, Hitler's generals. And The Atlantic goes on to cite then two more sources who were at the Trump White House. They claimed that they heard Trump say, quote, "I need the kind of generals that Hitler had, people who were totally loyal to him that follow orders." Now tonight at Trump's
I hear Philip DeFranco is not a big fan of Russia. I don't know why. Vladimir Putin's a really nice guy. I don't think we should start a war over it.
Had people who were totally loyal to him that follow orders. Now, tonight, a Trump spokesman shutting down that reporting, telling us, insisting that Trump never said this. But there's more in this Atlantic reporting from Jeffrey Goldberg, who also says tonight that Trump was outraged after learning the cost of a fallen U.S. soldier's funeral, which he had offered to pay for personally. Army Private Vanessa Julian was murdered by a fellow soldier at Fort Hood in April 2020. Now, according to The Atlantic, months later, in December, Trump reportedly asked his advisors in a meeting, quote, "Did they bill us for the funeral?" Because he had offered to pay for it. And then he continues, according to the reporting, saying, "What did it cost?" Now, according to attendees and to contemporaneous notes of a meeting taken by a participant, an aide answered, "Yes, we received a bill. The funeral cost $60,000. Trump became angry. It doesn't cost $60,000.
60 grand for a supposed billionaire? Strange. You think that would be chump change for Donald Trump, but apparently in this case, that's too much.
That's too much, man.
To bury an effing Mexican. Now, again, I'm reading here the entire part from The Atlantic. Now, the Trump campaign denies Trump said this entire exchange, and it is important to note that the sister of Vanessa Julian tonight, fighting back against The Atlantic's reporting, she said to the publication, "Wow, I don't appreciate how you are exploiting my sister's death for politics, hurtful and disrespectful to the important changes she made for service members. President Donald Trump did nothing but show respect to my family and Vanessa. In fact, I voted for President Trump today." Jeff Zeleny is out front live in Detroit, where President Obama is set to take the stage at a Harris rally shortly. But Jeff, obviously a report like this.
I think that's good. It's a good place to stop it there. Let me just add your emotional support characters. I see your message, Moen Up. And you're right, you deserve them. And I have wrongly repressed you.
Help! I'm being
and for that, I am sorry.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Now, let's go here. This is a Time magazine online report. 2 days ago, Doomsday and Democracy.
What?
Oops, I forgot to switch.
Hi, it's Brian Bennett. I'm the senior White House correspondent for Time. Let me tell you about the Doomsday Book, what it is, and why former Trump administration officials are concerned about Trump getting a hold of it in a second term. First, what's the Doomsday Book? The Doomsday Book is a set of powers that the president has in extreme circumstances. Think nuclear attack or Congress gets completely wiped out. And they're designed to help the president continue the functions of government until the country can get back on its feet. Now, these powers include suspending habeas corpus, deploying the military in certain parts of the U.S., restricting telecommunications, and other things. And they've been worked out by White House lawyers over decades, and they've drafted draft executive orders with blanks in them that they can be filled out in extreme circumstances, and they are backed up by legal reasoning about a president's constitutional authority.
It's just filled with a bunch of dangerous shit. It's like a briefcase of the worst possible things Trump can get his hands on. Or really anybody, technically. But, this is, something to remind ourselves and consider if you were not aware of or had forgotten.
And what's in existing law. Why are former Trump administration officials concerned about this? I talked to more than a dozen people who worked at the National Security Council over the decades, and 5 of whom worked in national security for President Trump. They actively tried to keep away.
I know that it doesn't sound scary, just like blank forms. There's nothing inherently scary about blank forms until you realize that those forms give, Donald Trump the ability to just sort of play Mad Libs with democracy, right, and with civil rights and things. It's bad, It's like, I, Donald Trump, decide, fill in the blank, Mexicans. You know what I mean? That's basically what we're talking about. I'm not going to go further, but you get exactly what I'm saying, right? It's literally what they're saying. It's like there's been lawyers and previous administrations that have worked on this and crafted all of these things, so that there's just this sort of playbook of just worst case scenario shit, just prepared to go. And I know forms aren't usually scary, but these particular forms should be of concern for all.
Information about the extent of these powers from the president when Trump was president. Why? Because they were concerned that he might exaggerate a situation or use them when they weren't appropriate. Another thing to know about this is that there are very few checks on them. If they're used, an American can go to a court and sue and say the president has overstepped, but that takes time. These are things that are designed to be used quickly and in extreme.
Yeah, in extreme circumstances. And I think the best analogy I think I can come up with is basically it's a governmental, presidential Pandora's box to a degree. If it's used, the assumption is that it's under extreme circumstances, like he was just saying, and therefore the measures in them are extreme, and therefore the repercussions of using them will be extreme. In pretty much every case. There's nothing in there that's just for everybody goes on a walk once a month or something. You know what I mean? There's nothing banal or unimportant. That's not the point of the thing. Now let's go to a very concerning individual and a very concerning conference supporting a very concerning individual running for president. That being Tucker Carlson at TPUSA, talking about his support for Donald Trump, among a host of other things. It does get, it gets weird.
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna lie. A little weird.
Don't be creepy.
Oh yeah! I have never in my life spoken at a political rally. I've covered a million of them for over 30 years, and I've never spoken at one, never thought I would. And I'm so thrilled. I'm honored to be here. I really am.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And I am.
I hate this smarmy douchebag. The people that we are looking at him, Laura Trump, if Donald Trump gets elected, these are who we can expect to hear more from, right? It's a guarantee. I wouldn't be shocked to find out that, I don't know, trying to think of what is most ironical. That's not a real word. But I imagine in a Trump administration, Tucker Carlson would receive head of the FCC or something. Civil.
Totally without shame and entirely with gratitude, I'm standing here. And I can't believe
Tucker for czar of spanking.
Bobby Kennedy. So cool.
Don't be creepy.
So here we are at an enormous Donald Trump rally less than 2 weeks before the presidential election. I'm following Bobby Kennedy Jr., and somewhere in a half-empty Union Hall in a cold state is Dick Cheney's creepy little daughter campaigning with Kamala Harris. And I have to say, that is a thrilling trade as far as I'm concerned. I never thought I would live to see the day when Bobby Kennedy would be one of the most beloved figures in a room full of Republicans, and Mr. Burns from The Simpsons and his criminal daughter would be Democrats. It's just absolutely wonderful.
I love how in Tucker Carlson's mind, it's not criminal Dick Cheney and his daughter. Is the reverse of that. It's Dick Cheney and his criminal daughter. And the fact is I can't think of a single crime that, I mean, Liz Cheney is a terrible person. But was she even in government? How long is Liz Cheney even, and she's not even in government anymore. She was ousted from her seat in Wyoming in the most recent election, right? In 2022. And, it's just fascinating to me because, of course, in my mind, of the two people, if you were to give me a choice, right, it was like on a test, Dick Cheney or Liz Cheney, which one's a war criminal? I would immediately say Dick Cheney, like any normal human being. But Tucker Carlson, he sees it differently. Anyone who is a Republican but doesn't espouse a particular set of beliefs, I guess, is in fact the worst criminal.
Illegal.
So here's my perspective. I think Donald Trump's going to win, which is amazing. And that's why I'm here. I'm not here because he's going to win.
Actually, she wasn't a senator, right? Wasn't she a governor? I can't forget whatever Liz Cheney was, but she lost whatever her governmental. It's ridiculous. And we're not going to listen to most of this. It's like a 20-minute long speech, and it's so dumb. I'm probably going to skip ahead in a second.
Watched over the past 9 years. This is the end of a redemption arc. I've really never seen anybody treated like Donald Trump was treated. Ever. Anybody. Ever.
Ever.
Attack him. I watched this all up close. Defame him. Indict him. Arrest him. Let him get shot in the face.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And he's going to win anyway. Oh. It is a triumph. It's a triumph.
I mean, this almost seems like a sort of celebration from Tucker. He seems to have called the race already here. With 2 weeks ago. It's very interesting. Okay, now I am going to skip ahead because we cannot listen to this whole thing. I already have. You are not going to be forced to do that. Wouldn't be fair.
That's too much, man!
I'm pretty sure he says some outlandish stuff here, and then we'll go to the end where I think pretty definitively it gets to the most, like the climax of Tucker creepiness.
And then fly them around at our expense and give them phones and put them on welfare programs that no American citizen can get. It is the most insulting. Yeah, boo. But it's worse than boo. That's the biggest crime in the history of the United States of America. And it takes incredible stones, incredible gall for the people who did that to stand up there on a stage and give you a lecture about how you're immoral. It's too much. And so that's the second important thing about this election, okay? The first is every person in this room needs to understand you are not in a despised minority. You are an incredibly gentle and tolerant majority who put up with this crap for way too long. As they insulted not only you, but the memory of your ancestors who died for this country. They tore down...
Wow, I'm pretty sure many of the people here do not have ancestors who died for the country. I mean, there's plenty of people in the country who just don't. It's just a fact. Even people whose relatives have been here for a long time. But I'm sorry, this is not the part I was looking for. I'm getting sidetracked. There's a particular part where he says some completely outlandish shit about inequality. And I must have remembered the wrong spot.
Class. He's building things. And if that guy is for Donald Trump, and not only not ashamed of it, he's jumping around in a t-shirt. I can see his belly button. He's so excited.
Where, was it back before this?
Not $1 from Elon Musk, okay?
Oh, it is. Okay, hold on. I think it's right here.
Through fear and aggression. And that has ended. And it has ended thanks to the heroic stand that a couple of individuals have taken, first among them Elon Musk.
Jesus Christ.
Elon Musk.
King Elon. So philanthropic. He's a hero. He's a hero to Tucker.
Single-handedly saved the First Amendment to the Constitution, which, let me remind you, is not just a feature of America, it's the basis of America. It's the First Amendment for a reason. It's what separates the free from the enslaved. Slaves are not allowed to say what they think. Free men have God-given right to do so and will. And this is the only country on earth in which that is guaranteed. And without Elon Musk, it wouldn't be, because he stands
without Elon
as the
Musk
owner of a media platform that is still open.
Without Elon Musk, I totally forgot about this part of it. This isn't even where I wanted to end up, because there was a different part of this. I mean, the fact is, it's hard to remember within the sort of cloud of Tucker Carlson isms. This is not even the spot that I'm looking for, but it's just hilarious. Like, every moment is just full of just non sequiturs and just nonsense. And how is it that he believes Elon Musk has saved free speech? We all know factually Elon Musk has actually banned people, plenty of people, for exercising free speech on his platform. And no, you might be thinking, do you mean Nazis? That's not what I'm talking about. People like Matt Binder on Leftist Mafia.
Only one, and it's X. It's foreign-born Elon Musk. And then for him to come out, and by the way, just for the record, I've taken not $1 from Elon Musk, okay? It's not a paid advertisement, it's just an observation. And this is heartfelt gratitude. And when you see the richest man on planet Earth stand up there in a t-shirt and start jumping around on stage, he's also one of the biggest federal contractors. People say, oh, he's got FU money. No, it's just the opposite. There is no such thing as FU money. The more money you have, the more vested you are. There's only FU poverty, actually, is the truth. And Elon Musk has more to...
I think he thought that was going to get more claps. Whoops. Because, like, do you see the look on his face? And he got no claps. I think he had one multimillionaire in the crowd, like himself. Actually, there must have been more than that. But it just was not a great talking point. But did you hear that? That is the thing I wanted to get to before we go to the end. It's just Tucker Carlson believes that no, there is no such thing as fuck you money.
Follow the rich white man.
There's only fuck you poverty.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Which I tried to follow the logic of that, and it just doesn't make any sense, right? And we could go to a bunch of clips of people in tents living on street, with no, access to any of the things that Tucker has in his life. And he's not even as rich as Elon Musk. So it's just a strange thing for anyone to say. But of course, for Tucker, a completely out of touch idiot who has spent his life being overpaid for saying horrifying things, well, I guess it's kind of just another day, but it was truly mystifying to me. Beyond some of the average Tucker Carlson nonsense. All right, let's go here. This is the end. This is sort of the end of his speech. I think it starts off around. I think it starts getting pretty weird around here.
The candidate, they have rigged the election. And they did that. Period. Oh, you're not allowed to say that. I'm not allowed to say it because it's 100% true. And every person who hears it knows it's true, including the people who did it. I don't think they can do that again. I don't. And I don't think, no matter what they pull, 2 weeks from now, 13 days from now, I don't think they can get away with standing up and being like, on MSNBC, no, actually, Kamala Harris is historically popular, it turns out. Woman who's never had a job, who can't even pronounce her own first name consistently. That's how false she is.
A woman who's never had a
Some
job.
woman who grew up in Montreal, Canada, is lecturing me about America.
First off, she didn't grow up in Montreal. I think she lived a very, very short time in Montreal. But never had a job? I mean, it is just so fucking rude. And I think is clearly him suggesting that Kamala Harris is somehow... Because I don't think he's actually saying that no, she wasn't a senator, no, she wasn't AG, or no, she wasn't a lawyer, or any of the other sorts of things, right? I think what he's saying is that all of those jobs she received based upon, DEI.
Some woman who grew up in Montreal, Canada, is lecturing me about America. Okay. I don't think they can do that, because I don't think people are going to sit back and take it. I don't. It's enough. It's enough. That's the point at which you say, no, I'm sorry. I put up with this crap for a long time. I indulge your little fantasy. It's like when your teenage girl becomes a vegetarian, you're like, okay, that's, okay, it's fine. No, I totally understand. You're like, it's a phase. But if that phase goes on for 9 years and includes destroying your major cities and allowing your country to be invaded by millions of foreigners whose identities you don't know and whose purpose in this country is unclear, by the way, why shouldn't we feel threatened by that? If they go out of their way to crush families, to make it impossible for your kids to buy a house, getting involved in the sex lives of your children, which they are,
why am I black screened? Heyo, what is happening? Am I getting copyright struck by Turning Point? What's happening? Oh, wait, it's back. God damn it. Yeah. Alright, switch. Yes, okay, good. Thank you.
Trump's going to win. I think that the vibe shift has been so profound. I mean, the numbers suggest he's going to win. He's ahead in all 7 battleground states. But much more important, and the early voting seems to be favoring him. But more important even than the conventional political markers is what you smell around you. And it's the return of freedom. It's the return of the country you grew up in, where you could say things like, I like that guy, and maybe you like the other person. That's fine. That was not allowed for 9 years. And it's allowed
That
now.
wasn't allowed? Tucker's been allowed to say whatever the fuck he wants for the last 9 years. Don't think that he hasn't. The only time that Tucker has ever had to pay for anything he's ever said was in the Dominion voting situation, in which he propagated all the lies about those voting machines that had zero basis of evidence. And Fox News finally, I don't know, decided that he was too much of a financial burden to them. That was the only reason he ever lost his job. And I think we missed it again. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I'm fucking up. Am I fucking up?
And I think, and it's because of what they did, by the way, they deserve this. But I think the vibe is so strong right now, I don't think you can get away with pretending something else happened.
Okay, whatever. I missed it. Whatever. I think it's out there. You can find it. It's too much to try and find it again. But at some point in there, he says some weird shit about daddies. Where is... I'm just going to find it. Where's daddy? Where's the daddies? Let's talk about daddy.
It's said in the spirit of justice, which is the purest and best on Kamala Harris, who's just a hapless victim who happened to be. One of which leads to the other. They needed some, whatever Tim Walz is. They needed a weak man because it is the party of weak men and unhappy women. One of which leads to the other.
Jesus Christ. It's just too much. Every time I listen to him, I just get distracted by another thing that I want to criticize. I'm just not going to. I'm done. I'm done with this talk. I will clip it for you all later. And I will put it on shorts or something like that. I just cannot stand it. I cannot sit here and do this live for you all right now. We're not going to listen to this whole fucking thing. It's too much. It is too much. He says so many wildly fucked things during this thing. Wait a second. Why am I missing a story here? There should be... Huh? Oh. Is that... Okay. Alright, let's go here. Knees weak. Arms are heavy.
I think it's important to use your voice, so I'm encouraging everybody to get out and vote, please. I also think that people shouldn't be afraid to express their opinions, and I don't think anyone wants an America where people are worried about retribution of what people will do.
What's hilarious to me about this is, like, I feel like Eminem is the epitome of what Tucker Carlson, to some degree, believes is cancelable, right? For having just uttered words, right? For having said things that are taboo, right? And all this other stuff. But here he is speaking at a political rally for the Democratic candidate. Not only being able to say what he wants to say, but actually calling for more people to be allowed to say what they want. It's just antithetical to everything we were just hearing from Tucker.
Make your opinion known. I think Vice President Harris supports a future for this country where these freedoms and many others will be protected and upheld.
I gotta say, you know, I have done a lot of rallies, so I don't usually get nervous. But I was feeling some kind of way following Eminem. I mean, I noticed.
Wait, YouTube is doing what?
Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, vomit on my sweater already, mom's spaghetti. I'm nervous, but on the surface I look calm and ready to drop bombs, but I keep on forgetting.
You got it, Obama. You got it. All right. I'm gonna pause for a second because people are complaining about the stream starting and stopping. I'm just gonna pause. You had to restart the app multiple times. Well, I'm concerned that it's not you and somehow something else happening. I'm just going to take a 30-second break here. Not an official break. Just gonna grab a drink and let this take a moment. Maybe that'll be all we need to fix it. Okay, I'm back. Looks like people are saying that it's working again now. Now the viewer count went down. Yeah, it might not just be you. It could be a bunch of people. This is spooky music? Yeah, it's a little spooky. You're right. I think a lot of people have likened it to that of the music on Fallout, which was kind of why I put it in as sort of our background theme, because I do get comparisons to that in some forms and fashion. I guess we do keep things a little bit surreal around here, partly my doing intentionally, because I think we need things to occupy our mind in a different way than what it's usually occupied. I feel like, you know, by maybe slightly less painful images and whatever else. I mean, lately I've been pretty what do you call it? Yeah, feeling some amount of pessimism, I guess. What's that? 4? Hold on, I just realized my phone died. I gotta plug this puppy in. All right. Let's stick with the Democratic political rallies here. Not done with former President Barack Obama.
And I think he's a real jerk because I've watched him campaign over the last couple of days. I watched him campaign. What a divider he is, right? What a divider he is.
What a divider he is. I mean, let's be real. Obama's not a divider in any sense of the word. He brought the entire country, regardless of what you think of his policies, together, right? Elected 2 terms. I mean, really, I mean, pretty much. I mean, the first one was a bigger landslide than the second, but I mean, like, to suggest that that Obama is the divider is hilarious. Coming from this guy of all people is truly, I mean, projecting much.
And what a divider he is, right? What a divider he is. He'd divide this country. He couldn't care less. Him and his little group of people. He was terrible. But I've watched what he's done. He's trying to campaign because she's incapable of campaigning. So they send him in to try. He's not going to do it. He also, you know who he helped? He helped Hillary Clinton. How did that work out? He came out for Hillary.
The good news is that Kamala Harris does not have concepts of a plan. She has an actual plan. Now, if you challenge Trump or Vance on these quote-unquote concepts, then they'll fall back on one answer. This is their go-to about everything. Blame immigrants. He wants you to believe that if you let him round up whoever he wants and ship them out, all your problems will be solved.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I don't understand. Him and Vance are always talking about, well, Kamala, you've been vice president for 4 years. Let me tell you something. What, wasn't Donald Trump president for 4 years?
What? Could you drum up?
Wasn't he in charge for 4 years? If rounding up and deporting millions of desperate people, many of them who are women and children, if that's the answer to everything, why is it that the number of undocumented immigrants basically stayed the same when he left office as when he took office? He did not solve the problem, and I'll tell you why. Because he does not have a real plan. He has concepts of a plan, and it's a mean and ugly plan designed to make people resentful and angry.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Not gonna lie, Obama's on point with that assessment right there. I do have some criticisms of his time in office, but it's in the past and not very relevant to what we're dealing with right now. Well, I mean, criticizing it right now is not super productive to us trying to figure out what the fuck we're gonna do about the state of things. Whoa, what is that sound? I might have to reset my audio. Getting some very weird stuff happening. Could be ghosts. That's very true. Oh, you know what I was gonna do? I didn't do. It's very mean of me not to. But I was gonna give you a little sneak peek into what we might see on Halloween. Another one. Maybe we'll wait. Oh my god, did it again. Is anybody else hearing the audio cutting out? Or is it just me? I might have to reset it. Alright, let's go to here, a key issue in not just North Carolina, but many other states. But at least in this particular piece, let's talk specifically about how it relates to women in North Carolina.
I'm afraid to bring a child into the world.
Okay, so somebody with headphones in can hear the okay, good. I think I will probably reset my audio then. Shit. Okay, give me 1 second. We're gonna switch over here. Sorry, everyone. Actually, is this going to? I'm trying to think. If I reset this device right now, is this going to? You know what? I'm just gonna fingers crossed. Everybody pray to Gary, please. All right, we need some prayers to Gary because I'm concerned about what the ramifications will be of me trying to reset this device midstream and whether or not Streamlabs will be able to recognize it. So I'm just gonna hold off.
Presidential election. The issue of abortion is never far from tattoo artist Liz Gruesome Haycraft's mind.
I'm afraid that I'll have a daughter in this world, and I'm afraid that she won't be treated as a person. I don't think we should have to be forced to do that.
Across the road from Haycraft Studio, at a resource center for Republican candidates, volunteer Bree Eldridge has another view.
My belief, you have two consenting adults. That's when the woman makes the choice. If you make the choice to engage in activity that will result in a pregnancy.
These fucking creepy ass people. Oh, God. Yeah, this is certainly one side of the issue.
You must deal with the consequences. To me, having abortion shouldn't be a solution to that.
Really?
4 years ago, just 3% of North Carolina voters said reproductive rights were their top issue. But according to data collected by AP Votecast, that number jumped to 10% in 2022, following the U.S. Supreme Court's ruling overturning Roe v. Wade. North Carolina State University political scientist Stephen Green says Democrats are hoping trends like that can help turn this battleground state blue this presidential election.
With an election that's so close, everything counts. And so for Democrats, again, they think part of that strategy of everything counts is motivating people on the abortion issue.
North Carolina has been flooded with ads focusing on reproductive rights and former President Donald Trump's role in ending the nationwide right to an abortion.
Girls and women all over the country have lost the right to choose.
Many play off controversial comments by Republican gubernatorial nominee Mark Robinson.
Abortion in this country is not about protecting the lives of mothers. It's about killing a child because you aren't responsible enough to keep your skirt down.
30 years ago, my wife and I made a very difficult decision. We had an abortion.
The lieutenant
Excuse me?
What you talking about?
This guy? Mark Robbins? I missed this one entirely. I am shocked to hear that, considering all of the insane things that he's said about it. And other things. Like, it's just, this is not, this is very strange. How did I miss this one? Up until now, huh? How? All right, we got to keep this moving. Can't just sit around talking about Mark Robinson. All right, let's go to here. Talk about Kamala Harris's position on this. She spoke about this at her CNN town hall event. I think this was just yesterday. This happened. Oh,
let me ask you. You've talked about codifying Roe v. Wade. That would obviously require 60 votes in the Senate, a majority of the House. That's a big leap. We don't have that yet. If that's not possible to codify it in the House, what do you do?
I think we need to take a look at the filibuster, to be honest with you. Well, to your point, there is no question that the American people increasingly are losing confidence in the Supreme Court. And in large part because of the behavior of certain members of that court and because of certain rulings, including the Dobbs decision and taking away a precedent that had been in place for 50 years, protecting a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. So I do believe that there should be some kind of reform of the court, and we can study what that actually looks like.
Should be interesting. Supreme Court reform. What the form that would take would be
King.
interesting.
She's from Philadelphia. She works as a fundraiser for
sure.
Habitat for
I'm
Humanity.
sorry. Please hold,
She's
Anderson.
with no
You were rude. You were terrible, by the way. Let's keep. What was I saying? There was something else I was going to say, but then Anderson rudely cut me off.
How rude.
Yeah, whether that would take the form of adding Supreme Court seats or judicial oversight in Congress, other things. Those are the sort of the two most popular solutions to this, but also the removal of the filibuster as well, and in an attempt to get things passed more easily without the need for a 60-seat majority in the Senate to get things passed all the time. That would definitely make things easier for getting things done. Let's now move on to this question, which is very important, I think, to a lot of people watching this stream, because I think there's a lot of very pro-Palestinian viewers we have here. This is, I mean, a soundbite. This is literally all this is. It should be more.
This is Annalise Keene. She's from Philadelphia. She works as a fundraiser for Habitat for Humanity. She's registered with no party affiliation. She says she's a Democrat. She's leaning toward voting for you, but said she's yet to make her final decision, in part because of the conflict in the Middle East. Annalise?
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Vice President.
Good evening.
My question is, as president, what would you do to ensure not another Palestinian dies due to bombs being funded by U.S. tax dollars?
Okay, I just wanted to pause that right there because I just wanted to point out where this is at. If you can't see that, that says 26 seconds on the timeline. So let's see how long Kamala gives this.
I will say, and I think this is to your point, far too many innocent Palestinian civilians have been killed. It's unconscionable. And we are now at a place where, with Sinwar's death, I do believe we have an opportunity to end this war, bring the hostages home, bring relief to the Palestinian people, and work toward a two-state solution where Israel and the Palestinians in equal measure have security, where the Palestinian people have dignity, self-determination, and the safety that they so rightly deserve.
What do you say to voters?
Now, she barely gets done breathing out that sentence, and Anderson interjects here, and it's not to get more information about that answer. I'm going to point that out to you right now. We're going to watch the rest of this. We're going to actually go back real quick. But the point is, I mean, that was not an answer. She asked how. How is Kamala Harris going to ensure that no more Palestinians die? Right? It's not what are the supposed ingredients of the current situation, or what the supposed United States, like, you know, the Biden administration goals have supposedly been. But how? And I think that's what she wanted. And maybe I'm misinterpreting the question she asked. When she said how, I believe that to be a request for details on strategy. Will she use red lines with Israel? Will she use military? Will she stop military aid to force pressure on Israel? What will she change the relationship that we have with that country in order to gain leverage? I mean, like, because we have all of these, like, sort of pressures. Will we respect the ICJ, the ICC, the U? Do you know what I'm saying here? Like, any of those sorts of things. But, like, instead she just sort of said, because this exists and because of all this stuff, it's possible that we can do it, and that it's possible that we can do it. But that's all we've been hearing time and time again, is it's possible, and that we want all of these things. We haven't seen any of it, and we haven't heard anything about what the strategy is being like in terms of the, like, actual details between U.S. and Israeli representatives that is going to lead to any of this shit. Enforce the Leahy law, sure, that's a yeah, I guess we could respect a U.S. law too. That's an option too. Radical option.
I don't want reality.
Where the Palestinian people have dignity, self-determination, and the safety that they so rightly deserve.
What do you say to voters who are thinking about supporting a third-party candidate or staying on the couch, not voting at all because of this issue?
So instead of talking about, like this is Anderson Cooper's job. He is supposed to be a journalist. And instead of asking her to follow up on that question with more specifics on how she would get it done, what does Anderson Cooper do? He basically plays Democratic strategist and says, what do you say to those people on the couch who didn't like that answer and aren't motivated to go vote by that sort of rhetoric? You know, rather than actually trying to get the answers that those people want, he basically gives Kamala an opportunity to dunk on those people and be like, you know, why aren't you? And it's just, it's so tone deaf to what's actually going on right now. And Kamala's, as you'll see later on, Kamala is not doing well in Michigan right now. She is losing ground in all sorts of places, and this is the rhetoric that she's been coming out with this whole time, and it's getting worse now.
And I am not going to deny the strong feelings that people have. I don't know that anyone who has seen the images who would not have strong feelings about what has happened, much less those who have relatives who have died and been killed. And I know people and have talked with people. So I appreciate that. But I also do know that for many people who care about this issue, they also care about bringing down the price of groceries. They also care about our democracy and not having a president of the United States who admires dictators and is a fascist. They also care about the fact that we need practical, common sense solutions from a leader who is willing to work across the aisle on behalf of the American people and not themselves.
Just wow. And then the next, this is an 8-minute long clip. The next 6 minutes, she finishes this answer. The next 6 minutes, they take a question from a woman here wearing a Israeli dog tag. Where is it? Where is she? And so they spend 6 minutes. They spend 1 minute, 26 seconds on the woman asking her question and the lead up to it, and another 30 seconds of Kamala Harris answering it. And then they take a question from a woman wearing a IDF dog tag for the next 6 minutes and her response to that. They don't cut her off for this answer. And it's, believe me, it's certainly in this crowd not a she does not have a good response for what's said here. And it's even worse in juxtaposition with the stance that she took just moments before. And I think it's stuff like that is causing this trend that we are going to talk about shortly, but not quite yet, that is happening. We saw how well Kamala was doing post-debate. September 10th, you're looking at September 19th, like a week later, we were looking at the polls. She was up all the swings, not all the swing states, but in swing states, all the blue wall, and in Sun Belt states, we didn't expect her to. We had routes to all sorts of different places. There was energy, there was joy. I mean, oh my God, was there joy? We kept hearing the word joy to the point where I saw chatters in on multiple occasions, literally getting sick in chat over the amount of times that words like that were being used at the DNC. But But the fact is that there was momentum there. But then, Kamala started saying and doing things that have dragged her down. And it's responses like this that I think are dragging down particularly the activist base. Because there's multiple places where I think she's dragging herself down in. But with activists, particularly, her inability to actually... sorry, I'm struggling. But her inability to actually... clearly put forward a actual strategy on a solution to the Middle East is worrying to people. And Donald Trump it's a terrible solution, but he has one. I mean, he talks about it. I mean, it's bad. But, I mean, she needs to be able to say the things that the people on the left activist base are, at least from what I can tell, generally speaking, on the majority, about, which is pro-Palestinian. At the very least, the U.S. using more leverage than it's currently using. At the very fucking least. And it's just not happening. And it's not happening even in the rhetoric. And I talked about it, honestly, I talked about it at the beginning. When she first took over for Joe Biden. And I hate that I'm right about this. But I said it months ago now, that I thought that she was going to struggle to distance herself from the Biden administration because she was still an intrinsic part of the Biden administration, regardless of the fact that he was in a lame duck. The Biden administration is in a lame duck presidency right now. And it's playing out in a way that is making me really upset, not gonna lie. Anyways, let's move on from that to this, talking about election interference, election integrity, and then eventually more election stuff. Bunch of election stuff here. As well as polls and an electoral map at some point here. Yeah. Let's start here, though. This is BBC News from a day ago, as apparently the Trump campaign is accusing the Labour Party, that's right, the United Kingdom's Labour Party, headed up by old Keir Starmer, of apparent U.S., not apparent, but of alleged U.S. election interference, which is being claimed currently by the Trump campaign. Let's hear what the BBC has to say about that.
We start in the US, where Donald Trump's presidential campaign has made a legal complaint against the Labour Party here for what it claims is illegal foreign contributions and interference in the US election. A statement from the Trump-Vance campaign says the far-left Labour Party has inspired
far-left
dangerous
Labour Party
liberal policies and rhetoric in recent...
Oh, God. It tells you just how much J.D. Vance knows about the Labour Party. We're not going to get into it right now, but we've done it. We've talked enough about it in the past. I think people here know that it's a non sequitur.
Has inspired Kamala's dangerous liberal policies and rhetoric. In recent weeks, they've recruited and sent party members to campaign for Kamala in critical battleground states, attempting to influence our election. A now deleted social media post from a senior Labour official said that there were 10 spots available to travel to the US and that the party would sort housing for volunteers. But Labour officials say activists who have been campaigning for Kamala Harris are doing so in their personal capacity and are not organised or funded by the party. For some context, a foreign national can participate in campaign activities as long as they're not being paid for it. That's according to the Federal Election Commission. This is not the first time that either Labour or Conservative Party staff have campaigned in the US election. Our North America correspondent Peter Bowes reports.
Donald J. Trump.
US election interference.
Fucking hate that song.
The claim being made by Donald Trump's campaign that Britain's ruling party and Kamala Harris's campaign have broken the law. In a 6-page letter to America's election watchdog, the Federal Election Commission, a lawyer for the Trump campaign cites media reports about contact between Labour and the Harris campaign and requests an immediate investigation into blatant foreign interference with apparent illegal foreign national contributions made by the Labour Party. The row revolves around efforts by Labour to send volunteers to the states to help Kamala Harris. The letter cites this now deleted post on the networking site LinkedIn, apparently from a senior Labour official saying 10 spots were available to travel to the US and that the party would sort housing for volunteers. The Trump campaign says that suggests Labour is financially supporting volunteers. It's not illegal for foreign nationals to campaign in US elections, but they can't be paid for it. In a statement, the Trump campaign said Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz were seeking foreign influence to boost what it called their radical message. The Harris campaign's acceptance and use of this illegal foreign assistance is just another feeble...
Okay, so now, technically, them providing housing is not a violation of labor. Not labor. Now I'm getting thrown off by what we're talking about. By labor of the election interference law. It's technically not. At least from what BBC goes through and this. We're not going to go through the whole thing. Maybe we'll talk about it more later. But honestly, we just got too much to talk about right now. So much. And we are in the final innings, folks. Truly are. 11 days, 10, like 11 days left. It's not a lot of time. Now let's go to here in Arizona, where CBS News is on the story. This is from 15 hours ago, where apparently a man was arrested after attacking an Arizona Democratic Party campaign office. And by the way, this guy looks super normal, non-weird.
Don't be creepy.
A man is under arrest this morning accused of shooting at a Democratic Party campaign office in Tempe, Arizona. That's just outside of Phoenix. According to police, it's a 60-year-old Jeffrey Michael Kelly who had a huge arsenal of guns. I mean, really big stockpile, ammunition too, inside of his home. They say he may have been planning what the authorities call a mass casualty event. Jared Hill reports now the suspect is accused of targeting that campaign office more than once.
Justice does not have a political party. There is no place in the city of Tempe for political threats or intimidation.
On Tuesday afternoon, police surrounded Jeffrey Michael Kelly's car during a traffic stop before hauling him away in handcuffs. He was arrested on terrorism charges in connection with a string of shootings at a...
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this guy this is not the first time that this guy has done this is I think the most shocking part about this for me, right? You know, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot of Republicans come out, and because you know how they're always complaining about catch and release and all this kind of stuff. I'm sure they'll all come out to complain about how catch and release allowed this guy to come and shoot this place up a second time. I'm just going to point this out to you. Now, I know they've gotten in real close to the glass, but the size of this fucking hole on this window is like, this is from him shooting it, right? My sense of this has to be at least like a standard, like a NATO 223 is a very large bullet. It's just why I cannot believe that this. Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to switch. I just meant to go back to where I was. I just needed to go back and look at this because this is wild. I cannot believe this guy is sitting here shooting up Democratic
around midnight.
Campaign.
During one incident, Kelly allegedly
headquarters in Tempe, Arizona. Here. Ah, boy.
Party campaign office. Officials say the 3 shootings started back in September and all happened around midnight. During one
Now, this should, I think, be considered not just terrorism, but also election interference, because this is clearly a political act, right? I think it'll be pretty easy, or would be, theoretically, pretty damn easy for a district attorney to make the case this is political interference. He's not shooting up the Democratic National Convention because, or not the National Convention. He's not shooting up a Democratic campaign office because he's a big Kamala supporter. He's a Democrat, right? No. I can almost guarantee this guy is a Trump supporter.
Kelly allegedly fired BB pellets and then gunshots at the glass front door.
Oh, the BBs weren't enough.
Door and a window. At a news conference, police said that after 5 weeks of investigation, it was tips by people in Kelly's neighborhood that led police to him. During his first court appearance Wednesday morning, prosecutors told the court that back in July, Kelly did a Google search for the DNC office's address, and officials said that during a search at his home, they found more than 120 guns, over 250,000 rounds of ammunition, and 22 caliber casings in his trash can, along with scopes, silencers, a grenade launcher, and body armor. Officials say Kelly was seen hanging suspicious bags containing a white powdery substance from several political signs, lined with razor blades just a day before his arrest. They say at least...
This dude is a genuine fucking creep.
Don't be creepy.
Lining political signs with bags of white powder and razor blades. This is the sort of guy you do not accept candy. You do not allow your kids to eat candy from this guy on Halloween. I'm not saying everybody that looks like that, but just like, like Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fuck. What a psychopath. It's clearly politically motivated, so I think it's not just terrorism. It's got to be election interference, among other things. Jesus Christ. So yeah, this is the state of the election right now. Let's go here. 7 hours ago, New Jersey Lieutenant Governor gives updates to residents on election safeguards.
Top officials in New Jersey say they want the public to know that safeguards are in place to protect the vote during the upcoming election and throughout. New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor Tahisha Way leads the state's election division. She says the state works with federal agencies on voting security.
Plan for physical and cybersecurity of our election infrastructure. We support the operations and security of early voting and election day polling locations, voting equipment, and the election workers within.
And Way says more than 1 million New Jersey residents requested mail-in ballots, and about half of them have returned them.
So that's 500,000 mail-in ballots already turned in there. Let's move it along over here. Talk about some of the possible paths to election victory for... Actually, no, I'm going to skip this. I take it back. I take it back.
Working to protect North Carolina.
You know what? Fuck
Let me show you
yourself.
the map from...
No, we're going to do this ourselves. Let's go to here. Because, actually, wait, there's only one thing I wanted to go to. Is this. So actually, yeah, we'll listen to part of this, but not actually all of it.
Like, say, Michigan, and she just holds Wisconsin. She has to flip North Carolina. She has to win in Georgia, and then she can go out west and she can win there. And if she were having a very bad night on election night, say the blue wall just collapses, right? She loses Wisconsin, she loses Michigan, she loses Pennsylvania. That means she has to win North Carolina, she has to win Georgia, she has to win Arizona and Nevada, she has to win in the East, and she has to win in the West. Again, that's going to be a very rough night for Democrats if that happens, but that's a path for her.
Let's
talk about Donald Trump.
I still fucked up.
And yes, there could be a tie. Let me walk you through how this would happen. If Harris wins the blue wall, she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she gets to 270. So you're going to say the race is over. Sort of. Watch this. If we go to Trump and we give him the states out west, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, 268. He's still 2 electoral votes short. So what happened? Let's go to North. You see Nebraska here in Maine. They sort of have this Where's Waldo effect. They're both blue and red. What does that mean? Well, they hand out their electoral votes in different ways, by popular vote, but also by congressional district. Let me show you. So as we go into Nebraska right here, you have the popular vote at 2, and then each congressional district gets 1 electoral vote. So congressional district 2, that's the city of Omaha and Sarpy County. If Trump were to flip this, and he won this in 2016, I should remind you, then look at this number, 269, 269. So you're asking yourself, what happens? We're not at 270. Well, here's what happens. It then goes to the House of Representatives. And the House of Representatives would select the president, not the current House, the House that wins on election night. So if Republicans are in control of the House, each state gets 1 vote, and it stands to reason that if the Republicans have the majority, they're going to select Donald Trump to be the president. Same for Democrats. If they win the House, they're going to pick Kamala Harris. So what happens with vice president? It gets stranger. The Senate then picks the vice president. So if the Democrats hold the Senate like they do right now, and if they hold it on election night, they would pick the vice president. So yes, there's a scenario where Donald Trump could be the president, and then Governor Tim Walz would be the vice president, and vice versa. Kamala Harris is president, and J.D. Vance is the vice president. It's completely strange. Listen, this hasn't happened in 200 years with this many states, but it has happened in our country's history. So it's just one of the...
Now, he doesn't talk at all about that history, and I wish he had. And because of that, we're going to go to a different video. Because you may be asking yourself, geez, that's a long time. When what was the context around this 200-year ago thing? Well, this is called the oh shit! My brain just broke. Oh my god. The shit. Well, it's the election of 1824, but I can't think of it. It was the something bargain. The corrupt bargain. So I wanted to call it the grand bargain, but I knew that was not it. The corrupt bargain. Let's go here. I have to do this in a different way because this is a slightly different. It's like a technically an informational video for children. So they don't allow you to add it to playlists, making my job just slightly harder. But all right, let's go here. The corrupt bargain explained by PBS.
The presidential election of 1824 was a highly contested race among 3 candidates that resulted in a bitter scandal known as the corrupt bargain. The top 3 candidates, John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and Andrew Jackson, were all from the Republican Party, the only party that existed at the time. Compared to Adams and Clay, Andrew Jackson was a political outsider. Born into poverty, he had risen to national fame as a military hero in the War of 1812. His reputation as a self-made man appealed to a majority of American voters, and on Election Day, they turned out in droves.
He doesn't own a huge plantation here. He's very wealthy because he's a very successful lawyer and land speculator, but he's come from virtually nothing. So there's a kind of a connection that people feel with him. And his great power base is going to be these newly empowered white male Americans from northern cities and also from western farms. And they're going to see him as their guy.
Jackson won the majority of the popular vote, but he did not win the presidency.
He didn't get enough electoral votes to be elected. In fact, nobody did. And so under the Constitution, when that happens, it goes into the House of Representatives.
The 12th Amendment to the Constitution provides that if no candidate receives a clear majority of electoral votes, it is up to the House of Representatives to choose the president. Each state receives 1 vote. Henry Clay was Speaker of the House. He immediately dropped out of the race, turning it into a contest between 2 men, Andrew Jackson and John Quincy Adams. Clay convinced his supporters in the House to vote for Adams, and when Adams won the presidency, he promptly made Clay his Secretary of State, a traditional stepping stone to the White House. The Jacksonians were furious.
And Jackson just went, to use a modern term, ballistic. And he vowed that this was not going to happen again.
Jackson supporters accused Adams of making a secret deal with Clay, rewarding him with the office of Secretary of State in exchange for his votes for president. The deal became known as the corrupt bargain. Jackson's supporters split off from the Republican Party and forged a new party called the Democratic Republicans.
You get national Republicans who follow John Quincy Adams, and then you get Democratic Republicans who follow Andrew Jackson. And what ends up occurring is that ultimately Jackson's followers drop the Republican part of Democratic, and they just become known as the Jacksonian Democratic Party or the Jacksonian Democrats.
Public outrage over the corrupt bargain boosted Jackson's image even further with voters. 4 years later, in the presidential election of 1828, Jackson won the outright majority.
Now, I just find it fascinating because the very thing that people seem to keep talking about, the potential of a tie, which is certainly there. We just went over it. There is a way that happens, and in that case, a situation like this could happen. The last time that this happened was when is essentially the formative moment of the Democratic Party itself, and a moment where the Democratic Party is really genuinely has been struggling, I think, because of, I think ever since 2016, honestly, ever since they turned away from a more populist sort of
hot right now.
Of politics. Oops, I just switched over to the wrong way. Ooh, I gotta hydrate. Thank you, Monop, for keeping me hydrated. Alright. Now, let's talk about one of the very important states in this election, that being Pennsylvania. But two particular counties, that being Erie and I think Northampton? I actually can't be sure. Oh wait, whoops, I am trying to do something.
Mr. Beat presents Presidential Elections in American History.
I'm sorry. Unintentionally clicked to the wrong thing. Although that was a fun sound shot, I like that.
If you want to know which way the political winds are blowing in the final days of the 2024 campaign, you don't need to look much further than the Pennsylvania bellwether counties of Erie and Northampton. The battleground counties within the battleground state are known for picking presidents, and they could hold the answer to which way the state and the nation will swing.
The Erie County, how you all vote in presidential elections often ends up predicting the national result.
And I'm here in Erie, Pennsylvania with the workers. If we win Pennsylvania, we win.
Since 2008, both counties went for Barack Obama twice, then Donald Trump in 2016, then back to Joe Biden by a narrow margin in 2020. 4 years later, all eyes are shifting again to these communities. Erie County in the northwestern part of the state and Northampton to its east, for their historic roles as crystal balls.
It's basically the political makeup of those communities that make them competitive. Those are the two communities I'm looking at closely. They have a history of kind of their votes swinging back and forth.
And this election season is no different, with polls and voters suggesting the race is separated by a razor-thin margin.
I think it's going to be.
I think it's bad that our system is decided by the sort of people who can't seem to make up their minds about things at all. To some degree, it's almost worse. And well, not worse, but do you get what I'm trying to get at here? Like, that somehow we are determined by essentially like the existence of the undecided voter. Like that is what these things come down to. It's very annoying. Let's move on. But yeah, these two counties, Erie and Northampton, are going to be very important for Pennsylvania, and potentially the whole election, as they were sort of alluding to something of a bellwether, something of a canary in the coal mine. Well, something to certainly be looking at on election night, which I think we will. I think we'll do a coverage probably on election night. That's my guess, so long as the Galactic News Network is still running at that point. Unfortunately, because I haven't, because I've been taking my time away from streaming to try and clip videos to get more subscribers, because I've been getting more subscribers from clipping videos than I have from doing the streams themselves. Means I've been taking, because I make no ad money from any of it, I've been taking in less ad revenue right now, so we are in dire straits right now financially, the Galactic News Network. So if you have been considering becoming a Patreon contributor, now has never been a better time to do so. Just a few dollars a month, by the way, and plenty of galactic benefits just waiting for you. So do consider that while we watch this next video discussing how there's already been 30 million, that's right, count them, million, 30 million votes already cast so far. Ahead of November 5th.
Well, nearly 30 million voters across the country have already cast their ballots. But which party could be benefiting the most from those early numbers? Let's bring in our political panel, Haima Moore and Aaron Perini. Haima previously served as director to the office of the DNC chairman, and Aaron is a Republican strategist who served as the Trump 2020 campaign's press communications director. Aaron, it is great to see you again.
It's great to see you.
Thanks so much for being right here.
Yeah.
So, Aaron, let's start with you, because early voting tends to benefit Democrats more historically. So what is your reaction to these massive numbers so far?
Well, there are a couple of things to look at when it comes to early voting, and it's in a state-by-state basis. If you look at it in its totality right now, you are seeing that the early voting numbers are tending to skew more toward females nationally. If that remains the case, then Donald Trump's going to have to hope that a ton of guys show up on election day to try to close the...
Ooh, that right there is one thing I want everybody to, well, if you don't have pen and paper handy, maybe write it on your phone, on a note, or on a mental note, somewhere in your brain storage system, because that may be very well important, because as we already know, as we've seen time and time again, and it's been just continuing to grow, Kamala Harris holds a huge lead when it comes to women. I think it's something like a 14-point lead with women? It's big. I know that much. Which means that if that's the case, votes that will be counted after the fact, because if I'm not mistaken, votes done at the site are counted first, then the mail-in ballots are counted after the fact. So we will see those come in. Those are going to be those, just like in the last election, those votes that aren't counted before everyone goes to bed on election night. And it will mean that Donald Trump is, if that trend continues up to November 5th, will be counting on men to remember to go to the polls. Maybe we just need like a really good distraction for men. I'm trying to think. All right. We don't need to listen to that whole thing. It's just a discussion about how many votes have been done. But we already know it's 30 million. So that's 10% of essentially the entire country, more than 15%, I think, of the entire electorate, maybe even more. I'm trying to think how many. Hold on. $258. It's not quite 15%. Okay. Let's go here. 11 hours ago. Mitch McConnell. Old Mitch. He's got some stuff to say. Or at least had some stuff to say in his recent book.
GOP Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has some harsh words for his party under Donald Trump.
I'm sorry.
In an upcoming
Pause.
biography
God
by
damn
the
it, Dana.
Associated Press's Michael Tackett.
Stop repressing me. I do not want to hear you talk. You are literally one of my least favorite CNN people. We don't need you. All we have to do is this. Here we go. Thank you. This is a quote, not from Mitch McConnell's book, but from a new book by a writer by the name of Michael Tackett on Mitch McConnell and the way he supposedly mastered the Senate. The name of the book is The Price of Power: How Mitch McConnell Mastered the Senate, Changed America, and Lost His Party, by Michael Tackett. This is a quote, supposedly, of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, and I'll try and do it as accurately as possible. Now, I'm not trying at all conflicted about whether the president is all impeachable offense. I think it is. Urging an insurrection and people attacking the Capitol as a direct result. Please hold.
It's an impeachable offense, as you can imagine, with the possible exception.
I'm sorry. I'm doing the reading. Okay. As about as close to an impeachable offense as you can imagine, with the possible exception of maybe being I'm sorry. Where am I? I can't remember. I cannot remember at all what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. As about as close to an impeachable offense as you can imagine, with the possible exception of maybe being an agent for another country.
Illegal.
All right. Hold on. There's one more quote, I think. I think it's over here. Where is it? God damn you, CNN. I'm at least trying to spare you the Dana Bash commentary, which I hope you appreciate. Because nobody wants to hear that. Okay. Final quote. Now, I don't know whether you can make a conclusive argument that he's directly responsible for them storming the Capitol, but I think it's not in dispute that those folks would not have been in the first place if he had not asked them to come and to disrupt the actual acceptance of the outcome of the election.
What?
Okay. Well, thank you, Mitch. Is he from Louisiana? You're right. You're right. I am doing more Louisiana. I realized it halfway through, but couldn't figure out how to correct it. It's hilarious that you picked up exactly on what. Well played. Yeah, no, I realized, somewhere in the middle of that I was doing a Louisiana accent and not a South Carolina accent, but could not figure out how to drift correct, and just sort of stuck with it and hoped nobody would call me on it, and here you are. Just sort of just shitting on my impression, which is fair. It was bad. I tried and sort of went to the wrong southern slang. I sort of turned into Sling Blade. Well, that's the thing, is I was also trying to mimic, because Mitch McConnell has changed the way he talks over the years. Lately, he sounds like this. And he just sort of he's really struggling to even say words. So maybe it was Mitch McConnell not even remembering where he was from, and he thought maybe he was from Louisiana. He wanted some crawdads and some gumbo. But all right, it's fair, and I will remember that for future stuff. All right, we got other things to do aside from me making fun of Mitch McConnell. But also, I mean, he's right. He's completely right. He's saying according to this quote, that Donald Trump essentially did everything up to saying do a coup. And in his mind is essentially, which is shocking considering the fact he voted against the impeachment, as impeachable an offense as he could possibly think of. Shocking. What?
Would you drum up?
I was not expecting that from Mitch McConnell, of all people. The guy who was adamantly against impeaching. If I'm trying to remember what was his reason again? I can't even remember. It was dumb. I remember that, but we don't have time to go that far back in history. Let's go now here back to present. To the present. Sorry. Discussing a disturbing situation that's going on in the election, that being Elon Musk apparently paying people to vote for Donald Trump.
Follow the rich white man.
Anti-Semitogen has to be what causes anti-Semitism.
You're most welcome.
Anti-Semitogen is like a carcinogen. It builds up in your body, and eventually it becomes anti-Semitism. It's amazing. I've never even thought of it that way, and of course it is. I mean, that's clearly what he meant. He wasn't misspeaking. It's scientific fact.
Anti-Semitism. It's science.
$1 million.
Yeah. Immediately, if not sooner.
So, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
Is there anything you want to say?
Well, thank you so much for. I mean, I truly believe everything you're doing.
Yeah.
Truly, you don't need to be doing, and I know a lot of us feel the same way. Your wealth and responsibility you are using to save speech, and we just all appreciate it. We really do. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good God. But I mean, of course this woman is saying that. I mean, most people, you give them $1 million. I mean, holy shit. But this is insane. But if you see this here, Democrats and legal experts are claiming that this offer is illegal and amounts to buying votes.
What?
Yeah, no, it's really weird, right?
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Like, this is a foreigner, right? This is a man who, from a different country, here in the United States, paying United States citizens $1 million a pop to vote for a particular political candidate. You know what that is?
Illegal.
Fight. I think with the Trump president.
Although they are getting better deals somehow than even Dave Rubin and Tim Pool and Lauren Chen. Pretty incredible. I mean, because that's just one statement. They don't even have to make content. You know, they just had to stand there for what, a minute and say thank you, Elon, and then cha-ching.
We're going to get secure borders. We're going to get safe cities. We're going to get sensible spending. We're going to get deregulation. So we have sensible regulation, and we can unlock the power of the giant that is America.
His name is Elon Musk. He saved free speech. He created.
Okay, let's go here. It's the DOJ warning Elon Musk that might be illegal.
The Department of Justice.
DOJ.
The Department of Justice issued a warning to Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Prosecutors say he may be violating federal law. Musk is offering swing state voters $1 million to sign his America PAC petition to drum up voter registration. It is illegal to pay people to register to vote. The billionaire and avid Trump supporter says anyone can sign the petition regardless of party affiliation. Violations of the law are punishable by a fine of up to $10,000 and possible prison time.
Yeah, and in the case of Elon Musk, that $10,000, as is evidenced literally by the act itself, means nothing to him. So jail time seems to be the only appropriate response, in my opinion.
Illegal.
Now let's go to a familiar journalistic outlet and discuss this situation just a little bit more. Good God, are we 3 hours in already?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. With the presidential election just 2 weeks away, we look at the richest man in the world, one of Donald Trump's biggest financial backers, tech billionaire Elon Musk. He's poured an additional $75 million into his pro-Trump super PAC. And at a campaign town hall in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Saturday, Musk pledged to give away $1 million to voters who signed his super PAC online petition in battleground states. He pledged to give this every day, $1 million away until Election Day.
I have a surprise for you, which is that we're going to be awarding $1 million to randomly to people who have signed the petition every day from now until the election.
To be eligible for the $1 million, petition signers must be registered to vote and live in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin. Many say this is illegal.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro was asked if Musk's
it just sounds illegal. Like without any sort of actual legal knowledge, it just sounds like it should be illegal in our supposed democracy. This sounds insanely illegal. The fact that this guy can buy elections essentially like this is insane. This is a blatant just. Oh God. Oh.
Governor Josh Shapiro was asked if Musk's sweepstakes was legal during an interview with Meet the Press Sunday.
I think there are real questions with how he is spending money in this race, how the dark money is flowing, not just into Pennsylvania, but apparently now into the pockets of Pennsylvanians. That is deeply concerning. I think it's something that law enforcement could take a look at. I'm not the Attorney General anymore of Pennsylvania. I'm the governor, but it does raise some serious questions.
Meanwhile, a new investigation by the New York Times looks at Musk's influence over the federal government, with two of his companies, SpaceX and Tesla, accounting for at least $15.4 billion in government contracts over the past decade. For more...
Yeah, that seems like a huge problem. Right? I mean, this guy is not only influencing elections right now actively with his money by supporting Donald Trump's different like political action committees and stuff with hundreds of millions of dollars supposedly. He's also giving out money, and he's also got all of these government contracts like with practically every agency out there, as well as all sort of litigation currently being seen like by different sort of like judicial bodies, right? Like it's this guy is so like, what's the word? What's the it's like the definition of like, oh God, I can't think of the fucking, why can't I think of the word right now? Like he stands to benefit from a particular, what there's a, why can't, oh my God, my brain is, we're only 3 hours into the stream, my brain is broken, I can't think of words as bad.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
anyways, let's keep this moving. Speaking of Elon Musk and litigation and potential for corruption.
Hot right now.
I wonder what happened if he was.
Tesla faces a new lawsuit from a movie production company.
That threw me off. I heard the hydrate go off. Yes, I will hydrate. But speaking of all of that, if Elon Musk was in that, as you've probably heard, Donald Trump suggested that he's going to make Elon Musk head of government efficiency. If he were to be put into that position, I wonder what he would do about, I don't know, just simple stuff like this.
Austin-based automaker Tesla faces a new lawsuit from a movie production company over promotional materials. In a new federal lawsuit filed in California today, Alcon Entertainment, which was behind the movie Blade Runner 2049, claims Tesla took images from the movie, fed them into an AI image generator, and then used those images for promotional materials for their new robo-taxis. The lawsuit stems from this moment from the robo-taxi launch event on October 10th.
You see a lot of sci-fi movies where the future is dark and dismal, where it's not a future you want to be in. So, like, I love Blade Runner, but I don't know if we want that future.
The production company claims that image was, quote, clearly intended to look like it came from the film, despite the fact that the production company refused to give Tesla permission to use its images. Now, the lawsuit also names Warner Brothers, saying that company did not have the rights for images.
So, you didn't quite get what happened here. Elon Musk and Tesla requested from the owners of Blade Runner, which is, I believe, like they just said, Warner Brothers, to use images from the movie Blade Runner. They declined, and so instead, they were like, you know what, we can get around this, and they just gave all of they just basically fed Blade Runner to an AI and had it spit out new images from that and said that's good enough and use that. Okay, cool. I'm into it. Totally normal.
Follow the rich white man.
I'm pretty sure that if he does become head of efficiency, Warner Brothers is gonna regret that decision. I'm not saying that is a good thing. I'm just saying like you know what I mean? Like, and this is just one of many examples. Like the list that of government agencies he's involved with, like we were just going over, is insane. I mean, what was that list? NASA, the EPA, the transit. The DOT, he has so many contracts with so many different people, and he's gonna suddenly be in charge of government efficiency. Is he gonna divest from all of those companies? Is he gonna sell Twitter and Tesla and SpaceX? Because if he doesn't, oh boy. Talk about being fucking compromised. Potential for, just self-enrichment is wild. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, make sure to hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Although if you're chatting right now, I'm pretty sure you have to be subscribed, as I've been trying to make sure to set these streams to subscribers only. So if you're talking, great job. Once you're done doing both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network by one of the many different avenues we have available for you to do so, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. Alright, Yes, and by the way, some of those potential ways of contributing include Patreon, Cash App, and PayPal. But my personal favorite is Patreon, as not only do I get the benefit of being supported by you, you also get the benefit of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. I'll be right back. Get back to those seats, space fams. Time for the second half of the show. I just realized I also don't have multi-stream function on my stream software, so I'm not even just repressing all of Twitch. Sorry, Twitch. Literally not paying any attention to you. That's my bad. Okay, now before we get to environmental stuff, you might be asking yourself, did we skip a part? And yes, you're right, we did, because we went 3 hours without a break. So I felt we deserved a break, but there is in fact more for us to talk about before we get on talking environmental issues, which we of course do every fucking day here, without fail. And we'll continue to do so, but this still takes precedence at this moment in time, as the President of the United States happens to be a very important thing of much relevance to the environment. What was I doing? Yes, 538. Oh god, it's almost like my fingers don't want to type this, because this is, I'm gonna tell you right now, trigger warning, these polls bad. They're bad. They're not good. They're as bad as they have been, essentially nearly as bad as they've been since Kamala got in the race. Not quite, but close to it. And that leaves us in a position of being concerned. At least me personally. And probably you. But maybe not. Maybe you're a Trump supporter. I don't know. I'm not in all chatters' heads. Just assuming most here want Kamala Harris to win, but stuff like this is not going to help. So let's start with the national polls. We're on 538, saying that Kamala has less than a 2-point lead nationally, with a 1.7 margin. Hasn't seen a 1.7 margin since back here, August 6th. So in over 2 months, nearly 3 months, she has not seen this bad of a margin. Whoa, okay, all right. Whoa, tons of data here. But yeah, as you can see, I mean, at one point back here, heading into the debate, she had a plus 3% margin, nearly 3.5 points. After it, she, at one point nearly got back up to 3 points. Then, since then, has just sort of trailed off. Very bad trend. Nationally, but not just nationally. Let's start with the swing states here, Arizona and the Sun Belt. Trump with a 1.8 point lead currently as of October 24th. Back here at the debate, that lead was only 1 point. So he's gained nearly 1 point since then, almost doubling his lead here in Arizona. At one point, Kamala had almost ticked positive here in Arizona about a week after the debate, as you can see. But really, Arizona appears to be going for Trump here, at least as of now. She would have to make up this margin somehow in the next 2 weeks. Is it possible? Yes, but what would it take? I don't actually know. Believe me, I have been racking my brain asking that very question. What would it take? This is Georgia. 1.5 point lead for Donald Trump. And the fact is, right before the debate, you can see Kamala Harris was actually very competitive in Georgia, multiple times with the lead here, August 15th for just a 1 day period, but then for multiple days in a row, from August 28th until, good God, 2 weeks later, September 9th, is the first time that she loses that lead. So that's the day before the debate. The debate was on the 10th. As you can see, Kamala was very competitive here in Georgia, but right now has not, at least since the debate happened, taken back the lead, or even beyond this one blip, got even close to tying it up. 0.4 was the closest she got it to since then. And what needs to be done there? You know, it's a hard question. It's a hard question to answer right now. Some people have been saying that there's a cohort of Republican women, suburban Republican women, who are essentially afraid of telling or their husbands or making it known that they support Kamala over abortion, but are secretly Kamala supporters. And I would like to believe that right now, especially considering the numbers we're seeing as it relates to early voting being predominantly women and being very heavy. 30 million. That might be a record. I think that's a record. At least, I could be wrong, but I gotta look it up. But here in Michigan, things are at a troubling point. Maybe not as troubling as they were here a few days ago at 0.2. At 0.7 right now, Kamala Harris holding by less than a point in one of the blue wall states. At one point, she nearly had a more than 3-point lead, actually. She had a 3.5-point lead back in August. Late August. Around the debate here, you can see she had already lost 2 points of that lead by the debate before it even happened at 1.7, and now is trailing even another point down from there. Okay, now let's... I think we skipped a place, right? We skipped somewhere. Actually, no. No, we didn't. It's weird that most of the swing states are in the back half of the alphabet. Alright, we did Michigan. Let's go to North Carolina. Oh, I skipped Nevada just now. Whatever. We're going to go back to North Carolina. Trump is up 1.2 here. And North Carolina, honestly, has not gone beyond... I mean, this is honestly maybe the biggest lead that we've seen in North Carolina for anybody up to this point. I don't think anybody has gone beyond a 1-point lead in North Carolina. Trump had a 1-point lead at the beginning of Kamala being in the race, essentially. Although this isn't quite then. This is August 12th, so she had actually been in the race. She actually been in the race for what? August 12th. That would have been nearly three weeks at that point, I think. All right. But yeah, this is not good. Trump is solidifying a lead here that Kamala was not clear that he necessarily had. Kamala has been very competitive. How many times did she have the lead? Like 17 times here. I mean, she can clearly do it. It's just a matter of convincing the voters. But is there enough time to do that? I guess we are going to find out. I don't like the feeling of saying it like that. But yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope Kamala finds something in there. We might need to start praying to Gary, everybody. Gary's in chat. Prayers to the almighty Gary. Perhaps he will lend us his wisdom. Perhaps he will lend Kamala his wisdom in this moment. Nevada. Kamala Harris is still in the lead here, and as we've noted, she's basically held the lead ever since joining the race. But it is so slim, it can be counted as tied. In fact, they are counting it as tied. They're counting Nevada as tied. They're counting Wisconsin as tied. They're counting Pennsylvania as tied. But we haven't even talked, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of us. We haven't even talked about those yet, but we'll get into that. Point is they're counting a bunch of states in this race as tied right now. We did North Carolina already. North Carolina is fake news. Could be. Why am I clicking Ohio? Why did I just click Ohio? What just happened to my... Oh. Okay. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Can we go to Pennsylvania? What is going on with my mouse right now? There we go. All right. Why did my trackpad? You need internet polls, not just phone polls. I mean, they're using the internet. From my understanding, they are using the internet, especially this go round. My understanding is most of the more most of the polling agencies, at least certainly the better ones and the bigger ones, are using the internet now in different ways. And so, supposedly, I mean, we talked about this, I think, a few weeks ago. We had talked about how part of the reason, potentially, at least explained by some pollsters, for the tightness of this race, is due to the change in polling tactics, and because of the supposed shyness of Trump voters, they've been rephrasing questions in ways that are sort of sneaky to get them to be able to answer the question without saying one way or the other, or saying out loud the words Donald Trump or something like that. It's not quite clear exactly the methodology of it, but the point is that they have been using a number of different things to supposedly get these polls closer to what reality is. Now, if this is the reality right now, we got a problem. But we'll talk about that in a second. Now, why is this frozen? Hold on, I gotta refresh this. Some shit is going down. Sorry, I'm taking... I just recharged these batteries. This is what happens sometimes. Oh, there we go. Okay, we fixed it. All right. No, that was a problem. All right, point 3. 0.3 points in Pennsylvania. You see that? This is bad. This is the first time that we have seen this since Kamala got in the race. This is the most concerning of all of them to me. We've talked about how important Pennsylvania is in the race. Now, is it 100% necessary for Kamala to win it? To win the election? No. But we've also talked about how much easier it will be for her to win with it, and without it, how much more difficult it will become. And in this moment, if these polls are correct, and remember, these graphs are aggregations of all of the polls, right? So they are updating them constantly here on 538, and they're taking all of the polls into account, which is why I use them the most, because it means so we don't have to look at each poll like one by one. We just get a general pulse of where things are at. Whether or not it reflects reality, who's to say at any one point or another. But in this moment, Pennsylvania, and for the since the 19th, it has ticked towards Trump. She was at a 0.1 lead here, and ever since then, Trump has been holding this 0.3 lead, which is, of course, marginal, could be accounted for by multiple things, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But before we do any of that, we got to finish talking about all these states. We still have 2 left, right? We have Wisconsin and do we have another state? Actually, no, I think Wisconsin's the last one, right? Okay, yeah. All right, now here's Wisconsin. And this state is wild. 0.2 here, lead for Kamala Harris. An utterly thin margin. She had a nearly 4-point lead here in Wisconsin back in late August. This lead has evaporated. I mean, you can see it. I mean, you don't even need glasses to see how tight this race has become. Unless you have like astigmatism or you have very, very bad eyesight. But point is it's and also this graph, it's also partly my fault. The point is, I think it's pretty easy to see here just how tight this race has, how much momentum has been lost, and in not that long of a time. And we don't have much more time to figure things out for me, right? I mean, it's 11 days. That's not an incredible amount of time. Now, let's look at some of the polls that have dropped recently to get a sense of things. Hold on, let me... slightly smaller.
Phrasing.
Okay. You can never see these graphs for ants. Are the graphs that small that they're for ants? Come on. It's not that small. Alright, now these are the most recent polls. You got Atlas, Intel, Bullfinch, Redfield, and Wilton. Morning Consult. Many of these I actually haven't heard of. Morning Consult, of course, I've heard of. Trafalgar, not the most reputable. Quinnipiac. What does this red diamond mean? Republican funded. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. And even Trafalgar has this tied. So as you can see, this race is not yet determined. But so yeah, even Republican funded Trafalgar Group believes that the race is tied. Emerson had just dropped. They believe Trump is up 1. And they're, they're okay. They're not the best either. But the point is that Trump is in fact seemingly taking ground here from Kamala. It's really bad. I guess we could do it on like full screen. I guess we could do these on full screens. Is this better? Does this make life easier for you people? You people. Well, that's terrible, because then I'm not here. Can't do this one. It has to be this one, but then I block part of it. Is this better? Does this improve? Does it make your life better? Yes, it is better. This makes you happy. Now you can read things. Now you find this to be helpful. Okay. Hey, I mean, that's fair. I understand it. Maybe we'll do this more often for the polls. Okay, maybe we'll do this for the polls. Alright. I will consider this for future streams. And maybe right now when we do the map. Alright, let me blast. Well, actually, I almost did this wrong. Minimize this, because I need this for reference, because I don't know, I'll probably forget. Go to this. Okay. Well, let's try this. Oh, wait. Hold on, I have to fix this. Isn't there? Oh, yes, there is a way. Reset the map, please. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Here we are. Let's give this a shot. Protect the future of crypto. Go fuck yourself. Future of crypto. Protect the future of Bernie Madoff. Alright, people, let's try to do this here. Electoral map. Okay. Well, now they're claiming that multiple states are even, but of course we can't just. The states are going to have to go to one person or the other, so we're going to have to decide. We'll go west to east. Start with Nevada, which it says is even, but I believe Kamala Harris is up incredibly marginally right now in 0.1. So we are going to give Nevada to Kamala. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. Now let's go to Arizona, which a 538 has Trump winning by 2 points. Give this to Donald Trump, leaving it 232 to 230. Now let's go to, I guess we'll go to Wisconsin next. Has Wisconsin as being even. but somebody's got to win the state. It does have Kamala up marginally here as well, 0.2. So we will give this to Kamala. Bringing her up to 242. Now let's go over 1 to Michigan, which they have as Democrat +1. But it's actually really 0.7. But yes, we will give Kamala Michigan. That brings her up to 257. But herein lies the rub. As you will see here shortly, because if you recall what we just looked at in Pennsylvania currently, Donald Trump, now it says Pennsylvania is tied, but we have to give it to someone. And Donald Trump is technically up, like we were just saying, 0.3 in Pennsylvania, which could get him Pennsylvania's 19 electoral votes, which is huge. Bringing him up to 249. North Carolina, he's up, I think, 1 point. So we give that to Donald. That brings him up to 265, ahead of Democrats, 257. And Georgia, of course, which Donald Trump is once again up in, bringing the total up to 281. Now, of course, these states could go multiple ways. These polls have a plus or minus 3% statistical margin of error, right? But with just taking them all at face value and entering those results into the map as it stands currently, it has Donald Trump essentially winning in a landslide election. Well, not quite, but 24. I think technically it has to be 30 plus to be. I could be wrong about that, but 24, right? 24 electoral votes ahead right now. Even with Kamala up in the national polls by pretty much everyone, still leaving this very complicated electoral map right now. Now, of course, we could go do other roads to victory, right? We've seen them. But this is how we've been doing it every time. We've been taking 538 polls at their word, at face value, filling them in on the electoral map and seeing and this is the first time that we have filled in one of these maps and had this result come out where Donald Trump is ahead electorally.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right, now let's talk the state of the environment. But that's not a good map. Not a fan. We do have a few things to talk about with that as well. But to hopefully lighten the mood slightly, let's talk about fall and what's coming up soon. And you know what? Damn it, I can't even do it right now because the stream is frozen. God damn it. I wish I could do this now. I should have done this earlier. Why didn't I do this? I screwed all of us by doing this. Well, just know this. I'm doing something that might show up later. That's related to this next video. Let's talk about fall, and more specifically, a particular fall holiday, being Halloween. Now, what I had planned to do and totally forgot to do earlier was on this screen show you some of our Halloween decorations in the background, but you can't see them.
Good. So this is
because
what's
stream is
called-
lagging. I don't know why. Because I even restarted my computer earlier, like directly before actually this stream, because I was having some problems actually. But before streaming, before I was even running any of this software, I was just doing some editing. But dang, I just wish you could see it, because man, each one of these screens I have set up that we go through here has Halloween decorations ready to go. You might have even seen them technically earlier. I was hiding, not hiding them, I was hiding them in plain sight. At least one of them. I forgot to do the second one that I was going to reveal to you. But if you noticed at the bar, we have some of the decorations already up here, which weren't up before. I took down the other decorations that you saw before, and they'll probably pop up, you know, around Halloween night. But can you see the thing that's been added here? Well, if you can, good job. Okay, back to the office, back to reality, back to all this other stuff. By the way, can anybody name the thing that was added to that screen that wasn't there before? That is Halloween themed? Chala? Chala back now? Alright, I don't know why I think that's so funny. Let's go on here to this. Do we talk this? How much time have I spent today? Holy shit. We're 3.5 hours in. We're gonna have to skip this one. This one's too long to talk right now. Holy shit, we'll be at 4 hours before we're even done with the first real environmental story. No, we can't do that. We're gonna have to move on. Some of the shorter form ones. Let's go to this. CBS Mornings from 16 hours ago. Alarming amounts of lead found in Syracuse, New York. Not just generally. It's in the drinking water, apparently.
It's science.
When you hear the name Flint, Michigan, chances are good you think of the city's problem with lead in the drinking water. And now testing has discovered a big problem in yet another American city, Syracuse, New York. Advocacy groups say it has some of the highest levels of lead found in drinking water in decades. Lily Luciano went to Syracuse, and she joins us now. Lily, good morning.
Good morning to you, Tony. Look, city officials are pushing back on claims that this is a crisis, saying that the latest water testing this month showed that the levels had improved. But some advocates are questioning those results and methodologies, and residents we spoke with say the city needs to be doing a lot more to protect their families.
Thank you. How was school today? Good.
When 5-year-old Ella showed traces of lead in a blood test, her grandmother, Oceana Fair, was terrified, knowing the effects of lead poisoning, starting with her brother more than 40 years ago.
And is essentially an 8-year-old that me and my siblings care for.
In 2020, Fair fought for federal funding to fully remove lead paint from her home. She was confident her home was lead-free, but as recently as 2022, tests showed her granddaughter was still exposed.
How did you feel?
Helpless. Helpless because we couldn't put our finger on it. We didn't know where she was coming into contact with it.
She says the culprit had been hiding.
I was hiding in her own home. And in all sorts of other places in this nation, honestly. And we should probably talk about this more later. But I gotta speed run a couple of these. I'm sorry. Let's go to this. As apparently British Columbia in Canada was recently hit by just an utterly destructive storm which killed at least one person. And we didn't even cover this storm somehow. And you know how we are here. We cover many a storm. To the point where I'm often shocked when I either didn't hear about it or didn't cover it.
To the tragic toll from this weekend's rain and windstorm.
Yes, the atmospheric river was destructive and deadly. A Coquitlam school teacher has been identified as the woman killed when a mudslide destroyed her home. Emily Lazington joins us live with what we know about the victim. Emily.
Yeah, Chris, the victim's name is Sonia McIntyre. She was a teacher here in Port Moody at Aspenwood Elementary. Now, earlier today, parents were too sad and distraught to speak about it. But one family member telling me, quote, they are absolutely heartbroken and there is a lot less sparkle in the world today.
57-year-old Sonia McIntyre taught grade 2 and 3 at Aspenwood Elementary. Family members and acquaintances tell us she enjoyed running and playing golf. She doesn't have any immediate family members in BC. We're told family flew in from the States Monday morning. In a letter to parents and guardians, the school's principal said McIntyre had been a valued member of the Aspenwood community for years as a teacher and mentor to students and staff. The district's critical incident team on school grounds Monday.
When they explained what happened, like a few people cried. Like half of the school was blue. That means sad.
The massive 3-day storm brought record rainfall in BC. In Coquitlam, at least 200 millimeters of rain fell within 24 hours, triggering a mudslide Saturday afternoon on Quarry Road between Calgary Drive and McIntyre Road, washing away one home down the mountainside.
We had active.
Yes. Well, that's the speed run for that one. That is a tragic story. And that is a shit ton of fucking rain. I'm actually shocked that there's only one person that died in this storm. We might talk more about that on another stream when I haven't taken 4 hours talking about the election. Alright, not quite 4 hours, but like 3.5 hours talking about American politics. Because usually I try to keep it to 2 hours, 2 hours, and 2 hours, or less. In theory, but it doesn't. That less has not been happening lately because of how much fucking shit is going on. I feel like it's been crazy. It's been wild. Yeah, and so we're probably gonna talk about that one later. God, and I've actually been incredibly restrained today. I started off with like 120 videos. I cut it down by what is that? Like a third? I don't know, 25%. Like by like. I feel like I'm doing okay, but somehow we're moving slow. It feels like let's go here before we talk about anything else. Here's CBC News from 8 hours ago. Failure to act will lead the planet to warm by 3.1 degrees Celsius.
That's hot.
Yes, it is hot. Too hot.
Well, there is still a wide gap between climate action promised by countries and their results. The UN Environment Programme's latest emissions gap report says the world's rising temperatures will blow past the warning limit of 2 degrees if current plans are not strengthened. But despite that dire warning, the report says there is still hope to lower that increase rate. The CBC's Inayat Singh joins us with more on this. So what are some of the key takeaways here?
So this is an annual report, the emissions gap report from the UN, and basically it's a scientific analysis of the gap between the promised climate plans from countries and the goals of the 2015 Paris Agreement. So the goal is to limit global warming to 2 degrees and ideally 1.5 degrees. But this year, I have the numbers here. The report says that if all of the climate plans are implemented, we are headed to 2.6 to 2.8 degrees of warming by 2050. So we are blowing past those Paris Agreement targets. What's worse is those are just the promised plans. If we just look at the current policies in place around the world, then we're heading to 3.1 degrees. So far.
That is such a disturbing statistic. So instead of 2 degrees, which is already essentially the limit of what we think might be survivable. If we continue on the current path we are without taking action, we're going to go even further than we thought before. 3.1 degrees with the current path we're on. It's bad. It's so bad. We're not even doing calculations for 3.1. Like, for what will happen after, like, we've been talking, we are, but we're most focused on, like, the immediate effects at 2 degrees, right? If we just blow straight through that to 3.1, my God. The ramifications of that would be absolutely horrifying for the planet and for humanity. I'll tell you that much. I think we might watch this a little bit longer.
Head of where we should be. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres spoke about this today.
Today's emissions gap report is clear. We are playing with fire, but there can be no more playing for time. We are out of time. Closing the emissions gap means closing the ambition gap, the implementation gap, and the finance gap.
Now, I have to note that this is actually an improvement. It doesn't sound like it, but this emissions gap report comes out every year. And, in years past, we were headed to 4 degrees, 5 degrees of warming. So we are doing really, much better than that. Countries have ramped up ambition, but...
Well, all right, maybe that's a slightly more rosy picture than I was painting, I suppose. I feel like maybe, what's that? Nobody cares? Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. Well, not nobody, but not enough people care. At least we are making progress. At least we are making some progress, but we're still heading to a place that's bad. All right, let's go to New Mexico. Because they were hit by flash flooding that was truly astounding. I'm sorry. I think we're gonna skip this one. I don't think we need that copyright struck to see those dudes
Tonight,
on the ladder.
southeastern New Mexico reeling after historic and deadly flooding hit Saturday. Torrential rains slamming Roswell with incredible force. An all-time record of nearly 6 inches in just a few hours.
Dang, Roswell. I'm gonna get on the roof, I think.
Nearly knee-deep murky waters at this banquet hall, turning a celebration into an evacuation. Emergency calls revealing the unfolding chaos.
Just got a call about a couple of kids stuck on a roof and multiple houses over there with people stuck. They're up on their cabinets.
The New Mexico National Guard, alongside other agencies, rescuing nearly 300 people and even a dog stranded in floodwaters.
I am completely surrounded by water.
Watch this dramatic moment as Chaves County Sheriff Mike Harrington got on his car roof to survive the sudden floods as he warned others to get off the road.
That is the side. My truck, and there are multiple vehicles.
Ooh, yeah, Tesla could start making boat cars. Yeah, like what do they call them? The ducks, like the duck boats.
Came into this not expecting.
By the way, I hear those are incredibly dangerous, both on land and on water. I'm pretty sure they've been trying to decommission them, like everywhere, because of just how dangerous they are. Maybe not necessarily all amphibious vehicles, but those, I mean, just that's what comes to mind when I think of a duck, or when I think of a boat car. James Bond had one. True. That's very true.
That much water, and before I know it, I was swept off into this.
Tonight, while water levels have started to recede in some parts, some areas remain dangerous. Officials warning residents to stay off the roads. Flood watches continue through the night with more rain in the forecast.
I guess I'm not going that way.
Adding insult.
This car is just floating. I think there's somebody in it.
Injury
you can see,
deadly,
you can see they got the flashers on.
George Solis, NBC News.
Oh my God!
Thanks
that
for
guy's
watching.
just sitting on
Stay
his
updated
truck.
about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
New Mexico is not Mexico, right? Yes. Yes, New Mexico is in the U.S. I know it sounds... I know it's confusing. Sounds like it could be in Mexico, but alas, no. Alright, let's go to this. Let's go down south to Cuba, where there has been a hurricane we haven't been talking about there by the name of Oscar, and yeah, it looks like Euronews has the story for us.
Heavy rainfall swept across Cuba as Tropical Storm Oscar made landfall. It comes as the country's capital has been largely paralyzed by massive blackouts, leaving 10 million people without electricity.
At least we're not risk buying anything because all the products are spoiled. There are no cards that work. There are no banks. The country is at a standstill.
The power outage caused unrest for many. Cuba is in the middle of an economic crisis, and many already suffer from food, water, medicine, and fuel shortages. As a result, the prolonged blackouts led to a handful of small protests.
Nosotros queremos ratificar
We want to ratify that the revolution will never tolerate this type of conduct, and that all will be prosecuted with the rigor that the revolutionary laws contemplate. Pretty much all of this chaos is being caused by the United States. They could lift the embargo on Cuba at any time. Literally any time. The longest embargo in history, and is essentially useless and pointless, and you know, this is just the sort of thing that causes human suffering and no actual benefits to humanity, civilization. New emotional support character. Well, unfortunately, that emotional support character is going to be getting blocked by the fact that the stream software has stopped working. But you will be getting a Gary at the beginning of next stream, so that's pretty exciting. All right, let's go to this one. This is also in Cuba. And apparently 6 people have died from the storm. Unfortunately, according to preliminary information, we have lost 6 lives in the municipality of San Antonio, and we are still doing the rescue work of the population. we're still evaluating the possible damages because there are areas that are totally flooded, which we have not been able to even get to. Okay.
Joe initially.
Yeah, we're gonna do this tomorrow. We're gonna do this one right now. All right, let's go down south to the Panama Canal, where there's plans to dam a river in Panama to help with the Panama. If you haven't heard, Panama Canal has been having some real problems with a massive queue of container ship traffic waiting to get through the canal because the canal is at a historically low level that is causing them to be forced to lower the number of ships allowed to pass through it. And they are planning to do some geoengineering, I guess you would call it, but this plan is going to affect a great number of Panamanians.
Nosotros como Canal de Panamá
we and the Panama Canal Authority are holding meetings in the communities of the India River Basin to provide them with updated information so we can open a dialogue with the communities in the area to address the questions the residents of the area may have. The water is taken by the canal to provide it to the others in the country. They transfer it from the river to Lake Gatun, to where the ships transit. There are millions of dollars worth by the tons that one hears are passing through. Those millions of dollars are taken by the country to be used in other areas that could be used to benefit us. Now, of course, they're taking two sort of pro flooding this area, or well, not flooding the area, but taking the water to flood the lake, and it's going to be taking water away from a group of people that are native to the area.
Bien. We don't
want to leave because we don't need to leave. The Panama Canal Authority wants to kick us out of here, but they don't want to pay anything. They don't want to pay us anything.
Una porquería quiere pagar.
Gotta remember to lower the volume when reading the subtitles. Oh yeah. Part of the problem is that the stream software is lagging today, and it hasn't been recently, and the way I've been doing it recently was by way of the software. And so I've been totally forgetting to do that. Thanks for reminding me. I will try to do it on YouTube. Now let's go to a place with a different water problem. That being the fucking Amazon River Basin, which is dealing with an extreme drought. And is, not only a problem for the people locally, but for pretty much the whole world, as it has implications for the rainforest, which it feeds. The Amazon River has never dropped more than 13 meters above its level before. 13 meters. 13 meters lower than expected? I mean, that's basically 50 feet. It's like a foot short. This is insane. 50 feet lower, the Amazon River. For indigenous people, fishing is their main source of food.
su pan coger, la pesca, sus alimentos.
That's their source of food for life.
Y si el río se
If the river dries up, it would be a catastrophe.
Sería una catástrofe y un desastre natural grandísimo.
As a major natural disaster in the Amazon region.
Primero, cuando era bajo el agua, los
When the water
pescados
is low, the
morían.
fish die.
No se
You
les
can't catch
podía
any fish
coger
because
porque
they
ellos
die.
morían. Y cuando estaban muertos, ya se podrían los pescados.
I forgot about the subtitles again. Part of it is because I sometimes forget which one has subtitles or not. Yeah, 50 feet of water is a ton of water missing, especially when you carry it over an entire river. I mean, my God. Over the entire Amazon River. I mean, of course, it may be different in different places, but in this one spot, I mean, and you can see how wide the river is by that shot. I mean, must be, what? From where this guy is to the other side of that. What do you think it is? 500 yards? That's like 1,500 feet, right? It's like over 1,000 feet. It's just, you know, even if it were just 50 feet for, I don't know, 10, 20 miles of the, it would still be a big deal. All right, let's go on to this up in Norway. DW news from 4 days ago. What archaeologists are finding in Norway's melting glaciers.
Norway's glaciers are melting away and exposing long-buried treasures. It's a race against time. Julian Post Melbue is spending an increasing amount of time on these chilly slopes. Today he's reached an ascent of 2,000 meters. A few days ago he received a message.
A tourist sent us some photos and GPS markers over archaeological finds he had seen while hiking in the area. So we're gonna go check them out.
Melbue is an archaeologist at the University of Oslo, a glacier archaeologist to be exact. Glaciers are where he does his field research. For thousands of years, our ancestors have been crossing them to hunt, conduct trade, or search for places to settle. An animated rendering shows how researchers reconstruct their findings. The ice along Lenbrain Glacier's edge is melting, like it does at the end of every summer. But now winter doesn't create enough snow to replenish it.
Right now it's disappearing, even though it's been here for the last 6,000-7,000 years for people to experience. And that's something that's hard to put into words, how it makes like the loss of a landscape.
The melting ice is exposing the distant past, and archaeologists are excited. It takes Melbue 4 hours to reach the site. He finds a plain wooden stick. He's been combing this area for artifacts for around 15 years, so he knows this is not a random discovery. A trade route from inland Norway to the west coast once ran through here.
This is part of a scaring stick, the bottom half. And this is part of a mobile hunting fence for reindeer. And it would have been used in the late migration period, so sometime around 400 or 500 AD. So it's about 1,600 years old, this stick.
I mean, I'm glad that archaeologists are excited and all, but, you know, it should be concerning to all of us that this stuff is just popping up, you know? There's no reason for us to go back to biblical times. No reason, for any reason. Alright, let's go on to this. In Bosnia. This was utterly... This is horrifying. So what you're looking at is trash. This is human, well, not human waste. Well, some of it maybe, but it's trash, rubbish, garbage, human-created junk, and other stuff, sort of all kind of just jammed together, creating a catastrophe waiting to happen. Simply a problem on multiple levels, because it's, you know, not only is it bad for the wildlife, but it could potentially cause a serious problem for this dam, as we have seen happen with big rains in the United States and in other places where this has happened before. These sort of buildup can lead to dam collapses, which is never good for anybody, especially ones like this, because as you may have noticed, this is a hydroelectric dam. So it would not only have the effect of flooding the entire area beneath it, but also of taking power away from a large group of people. I don't know exactly how many people this services, but you would assume a pretty sizable portion. All right, let's go across Asia to Japan, where farmers are facing extreme temperatures as they struggle to maintain their rice crops in a changing climate. Is there no sound for this video? I think they do talk at some point. Yeah, okay, there you go.
暑いけんな、やっぱり同じように植えても、やっぱり稲の成長が早すぎた。
Oh, I think this is AP Archive, isn't it? It is. It is.
That 7、4、5、6、1、8、9、半年かかるんだけど、その間のこの暑さと、その時期にする仕事、それが大変じゃ。
Well, I'm not entirely sure what he's saying. I wish I did. Makes it hard to actually have a discussion about this. No subtitles is irresponsible. This is AP Archive. We've talked about this before, haven't we, Jerry? AP Archive is where the Associated Press sends all their unwanted stories, the ones that they couldn't be bothered to spend the time or money on. And they just, for people like me, essentially, that are like looking for content of whatever, and like it's just, you know, just exists in this weird vacuum of the internet. It's got like 0 subscribers. That video had 180 views. Most of their videos have 180 views or less, I swear to God. But I subscribe to them. I watch them, and as such, we watch them. And sometimes I have a good way of talking about them. That one I struggled with. I honestly should have prepared more for today's show than I did, but that's on me. As usual. Alright, let's go here to the Philippines, which was hit by a cyclone called, which was named Christine. Hit the country a little over 24 hours ago.
Stay sa left corner. Allen, stay sa left corner.
They appear to be carrying somebody who's been injured on a stretcher here. I mean, the water's all up to people's knees.
Thank you guys.
You can see just how much mud and debris and other sort of shit essentially was just left behind it in its wake. Sometimes it's hard to tell exactly how much devastation is done in a place that you're not familiar with. I know that I struggle with that. Sometimes I try to like look around at these images and figure out what's like, this is clearly not supposed to be this way. My assumption is this is all, much of this is either, you know, these appear to be maybe carts that were destroyed. I don't think that this is supposed to look like this, but it's hard to tell. Also because there's bad, what do you call it? Bad resolution. Actually, I'm not even sure it's necessarily resolution. I think it's just covered in like water. Mud.
Daw si Disney Princess. Si Aurora Princess dyan.
Alright, let's wrap this up. I actually had more videos of this, but I think we should probably keep this
Kong El Rey,
moving.
magandang gabi ho sa inyo. Si Johnson po sa Teleradyo Serbisyo. Good evening po.
Good evening, Johnson, at sa lahat.
Finish up with this one.
Kiloy, di man nagbalik. Kiloy. Oh, sige na. Diskarga ka mo. Balik. Diskarga pa ka mo? Oh, diskarga. Ang naman yung sige, bayan mo sa anin. Barwa. Gamit. Bayan. Oh, mo. Trabador. Dana. Satu bagay na puro. Nauna yun. Ada. Daman nga ni.
What language is that? It's Filipino, I believe.
Di bangka. Di bangka. Ay, lulok sa gayod, kapatan, pinalog. Bawal makaiga sa ibong lasangan. Usa din naman yan, adon.
Jesus Christ. Wow. Okay. Now, we still have one more story before we take our last break. Let's go here. Last break. How is it this late? This is insane. This is pure insanity. What have we done? We might have to... Jeez. This is what happens when I don't do streams for multiple days in a row, and then I just have all this stuff I need to do, and then we're streaming, and it's like... And also on Thursdays, I start an hour late whenever I stream on Thursdays, because I try and give Leftist Mafia some room. I know that they end somewhere around there. Fuck. Alright, yeah, let's end this half with this one, and go to New Zealand. as apparently there's a large wetland fire currently burning over 1,000 hectares of land, which is, I believe, 2,500 acres or something equivalent, something like that. Is it 2.5? I can't remember.
There are grave concerns for the biodiversity of one of the North Island's largest wetlands, ravaged by a large blaze for 3 days, which still isn't under control. Crews have been working to put out the vegetation fire at the Whangamarino wetland near Hampton Downs in Waikato since Monday. The fire's now gone through more than 1,000 hectares as firefighters battle flames and challenging conditions underfoot. Jacob Johnson explains.
Hectare after hectare incinerated and still.
Now, normally, at least my understanding is, wetlands aren't supposed to burn. They're not known for burning.
It's science.
Burning.
I hoped I would never have to use my skills out in such a situation. It's really, really bad.
For 3 days, this blaze has been tearing through the Whangamarino wetland, the boggy terrain making access difficult, forcing firefighting efforts to the skies.
Crews were up to their knees in mud, so it's just too dangerous to have crews in there, and it's too hard to work in that sort of condition. So at this stage, we're just working it by the air. As of last night, the fire had ripped through around 520 hectares. It's now burned through more than 1,000. Fire crews are hoping it'll be contained by around 8 o'clock tonight, but it'll be several days before the fire is fully out. While there are no property...
Okay. Well, we will try and keep an eye on this fire for you. I am subscribed to One News New Zealand somehow. All right. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very important and helpful to me and the stream. Once you got done doing both of those things, I would like to impress upon you the importance of people like yourself helping support this show, as it is entirely funded by viewers such as yourself. All sorts of great ways to contribute, such as Patreon, my favorite, where you get all sorts of benefits like getting to hang out here poolside with a galactic avatar, shoutouts, content, secret Discord channel, and much more, for just the small sum of $3. That's right, count them, $1, $2, $3 US dollars a month. Try to make it as accessible for people while also not just being completely pointless financially. Alright, what was I going to say? Yes, there are also, of course, other ways to contribute, like Cash App and PayPal, so do consider those as well. Alright, chat, well, enjoy this space intermission. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, a little wag of the tail, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Which means it's time to get back to those seed space fams. My moderators are trying to silence strong black female voices. That is... that is wrong.
Illegal.
It's wrong. I won't have it. We'll have a discussion about this later. Alright, let's go to the space news of the day. Associated Press from just yesterday. NASA astronauts unlocked from the ISS.
Copy, hatch closed, and we're going to sequence the state machine to reflect that.
Okay, closing hatch.
This is a combination of
Endeavor departing, fair winds and falling seas, and Miyaki Pasaki, my friends.
All right, we have confirmed separation
Momentous.
here at 4:05 p.m. Central, 2:05 p.m. Pacific, as the International Space Station and Dragon were flying approximately 260 statute miles.
Wow. I love how it's like literally 30 seconds for it to even leave the sort of cusp of the spaceship. You finally see... How is it you're just now seeing Michael Brooks' poster? It's been up there for the whole time. The whole time. Alright, let's go on to this interesting little piece of news. Honestly, maybe one of the least... well, you'll see.
A hoard of silver pennies from the time of the Norman Conquest has been bought for £4.3 million, making it the highest value treasure ever found in the UK. The 2,000 pennies were uncovered by a group of metal detectorists in Somerset. Ellie Price caught up with one of the friends who couldn't believe his luck.
Oh my God.
There's pennies everywhere. The stuff of detectorists' dreams.
Oh, you found the Easter egg Michael Brooks poster. Haha, very well done. Not a lot of people noticed it, and I like it that way. I like having little Easter eggs on this here stream for people to find.
Who couldn't believe his luck.
Oh my God.
There's pennies everywhere. The stuff of detectorists' dreams, a hoard of coins undiscovered for nearly 1,000 years. That find, 2,584 coins to be precise, was back in 2019. Today it turns out it's the highest valued treasure ever found in the UK.
It's been almost 6 years to get to this point, so the initial excitement of finding it and the momentum, it then slowed with COVID, and it's like winning the lottery and not being able to cash your ticket in.
A ticket worth £4.3 million. That money, of course, split between the 7 friends who found it and the landowner.
Still a lot.
I've been able to buy a house now mortgage-free, so yeah, it's changed my life.
Hoards like this one have to come through the British Museum in the process to decide whether or not they're treasure. There are, on average, around 14,000 finds that come through, and of those, about 1,500 are declared as treasure. It contains twice as many coins of Harold II and nearly 5 times as many William I coins than have ever previously.
Now, I'm not sure I quite understand what the distinction, the British distinction of treasure is. Does that mean like the British Museum buys it from you? I need to look this up now. Or is it just age? Does it what is it? What happened counts as treasure? The Treasure Act of 1996 is a UK Act of Parliament defining which objects are classified as treasure, legally obliging the finder to report their find. It applies, and I see. So it's like a legal obligation for people finding it to deal with it in a particular way. I can't quite tell whether or not it gives the state authority to... Oh, okay, no, it does appear to be. So I guess that money is essentially the government's, at least this is my interpretation of what I've just read, is the government sort of evaluation of the coins, and then they pay them. And I guess it goes into the British Museum. What is that? Gold? No, it's actually a hoard of thousands of silver coins dating back to the period of the Norman conquests. All right, let's go to Burundi. Conquest, aka theft. Well played.
This is a traditional form of musical greeting known to Burundians as akazehe, performed exclusively by and between women on a range of occasions. The greeting between 76-year-old Sylvie Mbonimpa and her beloved daughter Melanie, who she hadn't seen for months, looked like it would last forever. Sylvie launched her inquiry in the melodic greeting routine she had mastered over the years, while their shoulders touched. How are you? How is your husband? How are the kids? How are your cows? Are you on good terms with your neighbors? And so on. Ego, Melanie repeatedly said.
Now, I mean, there are some of this actually I think are just amazing and great, but also I think about it what it would be like in like our culture with the way that we sort of deal with family, or not everyone, but many of us deal with family. Like, how many kids would be like, "Oh my God, how long is this song gonna go on for, Mom? I'm fine. Oh my God, my husband is fine. Everything's fine. Stop asking so many questions. I'm in the middle of trying to watch TikTok right now." You know what I mean? I mean, I do think it's a beautiful tradition, though. And I don't know. I'm just trying to think about it like like what would it be like in America? Akazehe is full of love when you greet someone and they respond to you spontaneously. It shows that it's reciprocal.
In Ngozi, a hilly province in Burundi's north, akazehe remains familiar to some locals, and women such as 85-year-old Prudensiene Namukobwa are impressive at performing it. She, however, laments the decline of a cultural practice that has been performed since time immemorial.
Younger generations of today find no interest in akazehe. And as a result, if you ask me, I can say nowadays we no longer... Oh my God, how did that... What? That was way too fast. I thought I was reading pretty quick. And I can say nowadays that we do not have the kind of pure love our moms experienced with their families. Neighbors and friends back in the day.
Some academics have cited akazehe's
okay, so it's not just there. It's not just that. All right.
And social cohesion.
I guess I missed this upon watching, but yeah, I mean, so it's not just in the United States. It seems like even here in Burundi, people are some of the younger generations seem to think this is too long-winded. Although I do think it's beautiful. Read quicker, space. Hey, you know what? I'm doing my best, Bad Lefty. Okay, do my goddamn best.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Burundi, a country that is now largely peaceful after a period of deadly civil war followed by political instability. Sylvie is determined to keep the tradition alive.
With modernization, this traditional greeting has lost value. Yeah, I'm afraid that is one of the sort of downstream effects of these things. All right. Let's move along. I can't believe how late it is. We might have to cut this early. Although, I mean, we haven't even been streaming for that long. It's just nearly, you know, it's nearly 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeesh. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about. It's just going to get worse, I think, if I don't deal with this. All right. Well, we got a lot to talk about. It's all just starting to jumble together in a way that makes me very uncomfortable. Like, the fact is, the rest of this stream could all be just one section. Because we genuinely are. And I have been trying to avoid using this statement up until very, 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 very recently. Like, within the last week. But I genuinely believe we are headed in the direction of what, to me, feels like World War III. And it's not me just trying to be inflammatory for clicks or something like that. I'm probably not even going to fucking clip this. No, people watching this right now are probably the only ones who are going to hear it. Most of my streams do not get views after, like, the first day. And that's not the point of these streams, really. Like, to have people rewatch. I mean, I guess maybe one day some people will be doing that, but I mean, a lot of this is about the live aspect of this, in my opinion, and then the clips is a whole other beast. But I mean, I am constantly compiling lists of clips every day. Compiling clips, going through the news, you know, putting it all together. And in a way, if you know, of course, you probably have noticed, is to some degree organized by some sort of system that I have, even though sometimes it's questionable how that system is run. But because of that, I don't, how do you say it? It's like, I feel like I have this baseline pulse going out into the ether, like where I'm pulling all this stuff, I reorganize it every time I have a stream into categories and in a way that makes sense to me cohesively. And more recently, I feel like things are blending together, where it's like, oh, this section could go here, this section could go here, because really these people are getting involved in this particular conflict, and this conflict is spreading out into this sort of spidery fucking, you know, just disturbing fucking trend that I'm witnessing. I want to believe that it's just nothing, but at this point, I have been trying to believe that, at least in terms of some of the things I've been seeing. But now it's becoming more and more clear that that may have been just naivety. Okay, let's start here. South Korea.
차장의 브리핑을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네. 차장의 브리핑을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 안녕하세요. 오늘은 정부는 북한군의 즉각적인 철수를 촉구하며 현재와 같은 북한과 러시아의 군사적 야합이 지속될 경우
Sorry. I should be doing translations. The government urges the immediate withdrawal and if this illegal cooperation between North Korea and Russia continues, the government will not stand by and it will respond in a firm manner with the international community. The response measures will be taken in steps with monitoring the development of the North Korea-Russia military cooperation, following the development of North Korean troops to Russia. Well, there's North Korea saying that they will take decisive action against North Korea if they continue with what appears they are definitely going to continue doing, which, if I don't know, if you take them at their word, would I mean, what would it mean? What does that mean? Are they going to attack North Korea? What are we talking about here? Can I turn the I keep forgetting to do it. I'm sorry. My stream software is running slow today. I think it's because it's trying to do dual output, but I don't have a vertical stream going. But I haven't been doing it on the stream software. I gotta remember to do this more. I'll try. I'll do my very best. But the later half of the stream is always the worst, because we go all over the world. It's very hard for me to remember which ones to turn the volume down and when. Because also, a lot of these stories have, like, mixed languages. You know, like an English narration and then subtitles, and it's a fine dance. And when my software is not working at optimum capacity, things go awry in some aspects of all these things. All right, let's talk about the troops that have apparently been seen in Russia, that are apparently going to be used for the Russia-Ukraine war.
Today, for the first time, the U.S. government confirmed that North Korean forces are in Russia to help fight Ukraine. The U.S. said 3,000 troops have traveled so far, what it called a serious escalation. It also reveals North Korea is expanding its alliance with Russia to take on the U.S. and its allies. Nick Schifrin reports.
In eastern Russia, marching to fight someone else's war. Russian cell phone video apparently shows North Korean troops deploying to Russia, receiving Russian equipment. The first wave of what Ukraine and South Korea say will be 12,000 North Korean troops. The U.S. says it's not clear how they will be used. But they're believed to be special forces known as the Storm Corps, and if they join the battle, they may suffer the consequences, says National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
If they do deploy to fight against Ukraine, they're fair game. They're fair targets.
Already, North Korea has shipped Russia more than 1 million artillery shells and ballistic missiles that Russia uses to strike Ukrainian residential neighborhoods and injure and kill Ukrainian civilians. But North Korea's willingness to send soldiers who could die on Russia's behalf helps cement their alliance, says the Center for Strategic...
Yeesh. The global peace, if you will, the global order seems to be faltering in a way that is troubling for anybody who prefers we all get along. Doesn't seem like we're headed in that direction so much, not gonna lie. It's just my sense of things. It feels like people are positioning themselves to not get along real hard, and big non-fan of that. Big non-fan. What's that? What was the opposite of fan?
And International Studies, Victor Cha.
Sending troops is about the biggest symbol of an alliance commitment that one country can make to another. So it really shows that North Korea is all in with the Russians in terms of this war in Ukraine, this war in Europe.
In June, Russian President Vladimir Putin visited Pyongyang to sign a treaty with the North's leader Kim Jong-un that included a mutual defense pact.
You see what I mean about these things? The clear, like, sort of consolidating of allies, the shows of force that we've seen time and time again. Even, you know, and for months I've been saying I don't like the look of all of this sort of military shows of force in the Pacific and Asian region, and that it would potentially lead to more escalations and things we don't want to see having happen. And it just feels like that we're just not even just sort of going in that direction, we're now sort of running in that direction, it feels like. And less of even shows of force. I mean, the fact that, I mean, it should not be lost on anybody just how important this is. Because it's, sure, has North Korea been building weapons for Russia? Yes. Yes, they have. But sending troops to the front lines for Russia says a lot. And it also says some other things. We're going to get to that a little bit later, I think. So let's hold off on that. As of now, it seems 1,500 additional soldiers have been sent. To Russia, and estimates the number of North Korean soldiers deployed to Russia is about 3,000 as of now. It is possible that more soldiers have been sent, and there can be some discrepancies, but it is what they estimate. Deployment of approximately 10,000 soldiers, which North Korea and Russia had planned, is expected to take place sometime in December. All right, let's go here. This is Lloyd Austin speaking, Defense Secretary.
We are seeing evidence that that there are North Korean troops that have gone to Africa. Now, what exactly? Excuse me, not Africa, but Russia.
Christ,
what exactly they're doing, left to be seen. These are things that we need to sort out. We'll have more for you on that later. But yeah, that, you know, as we continue to look at this, there is evidence that there are DPRK troops, you know, in Russia. So if there are co-belligerents, their intention is to
enter entertainment. Wow. You can't pretend to be interested in Putin with Weeby running amok. But here's the problem: we got two psychotic. I mean, at least two. I mean, there's definitely more, but at least two that are most prominent are those two running amok. They're just running amok in, like, you know, slightly different places. Like, you know, what's the distance between Ukraine and Israel? Like, is it even 1,000 miles? I'm trying to think. I don't actually know. Okay. And the fact is, like I was saying, all these conflicts are starting to bleed together in a way that genuinely has me concerned. Right? Because the other thing is what about unintended results of this? You have people sort of crossing different borders, making cross-border attacks from one place to the other. The more sort of actors you have involved, the more potential for mistakes, people not knowing one thing is where it's supposed to be, and suddenly you have people, you know, conflicts being created that didn't even exist, right? You know, get like a M8. Well, not. Oh no, that's not the name. I'm trying to remember the name of the flight that got blasted. What was it? 6 years? I can't remember how. Anyways, my point is that the more actors that get involved in the situation, the more potential for sort of these conflicts bleeding together in ways we don't need. Was it MH370 or MH270? I couldn't remember that. Yeah. But yeah, all right, let's go. Let's go here. This is not John Kirby. Yeah, no wait, yeah, John Kirby. Right? This is John. I always get these guys. Yeah.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about Kursk specifically with the North Korean troops in Russia.
Wait.
Russia and North Korea have this mutual security pact.
Why does this say Corinne Jean-Pierre? Is this... Did I click the wrong thing?
If they were to use North Korean troops against Ukrainians in Kursk, would it be legitimate to try to reclaim sovereign territory, or would that be seen as an escalation in the war against Ukraine?
Again, I don't want to get ahead of where we are right now and hypothesize what these troops may or may not be doing, and if the Russians are going to deploy them, where they're going to deploy them, whether it'll be inside Russia or inside Ukraine. Let me just please go back to what I said before. If these North Korean troops are employed against Ukraine, they will become legitimate military targets.
Jane, you have the last one.
Thank you very much. I did a lot of be patient.
Well, you're about to jump out of your seat.
Well, there you have it. Practically every U.S. spokesman here saying, at least that is like sort of at the head of their, what do you call it? Agencies, stating that those North Korean troops that are going to Russia to help fight in the Ukrainian war are legitimate targets for Ukraine. Now, there's some suggestion that the reason that these troops are going to the front line, because it seems strange, I think to many, at least it certainly does to me, that North Korean troops are needed by Russia, because it's a very large country. But there have been reports that there have been huge casualty numbers that have been underreported by the Kremlin and by Russian media. And so it is possible that they have exhausted, at least to some degree, their troops to a point where they feel either uncomfortable in their positioning, whatever else it might be, to cause them to need this. I'm just making some sort of a armchair assessment of all this right now, but I mean that's at least I've heard that suggestion as to why this may be going on.
For the first time since the war in Ukraine, our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, has been allowed to ask the Russian president a question. It happened a short time ago in Kazan at the BRICS summit, and Steve joins us now from there. Steve, a rare occasion. What did you ask? What did he say?
Yeah, the press conference has just finished, really. So I asked him this. The BRICS summit of emerging nations, which Vladimir Putin has been hosting, issued a declaration calling for global security and stability and a just world. And I suggested to President Putin that none of that matched his actions over the last 2.5 years, since his decision to launch the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. I mean, where's the justice in that? In his answer, he turned everything round and accused the West. Here's a part of what he said to me.
We told them, this NATO expansion, don't do it. It violates our security. Still, they did it. Is that just? There is no justice.
I mean, the fact is NATO really wasn't doing any expanding until the first Ukrainian invasion. right? And I am not a big fan of NATO or the things that they have done in the past. But Putin is making NATO more and more relevant by the day with all of the things that he does. You know, like, it's wild. But since 2014, like other countries, like the Nordic countries that have joined and stuff like that, probably wouldn't have joined if it weren't for what he did in Ukraine, right? And, you know, it wasn't even a discussion of adding NATO to Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine to NATO. Pre-2014, pre-2022 on the actual invasion. And is only check. We have, there we go. Okay. What was I saying? Sorry, I lost my microphone's connection there. What was I? Where was I in that sentence? I guess my point is that Vladimir Putin here is clearly, you know, making NATO more and more relevant than it ever should have been, right? And all the stuff that he's been doing over the last 10 years is what is doing that. And 10 years ago, pre the invasion of Crimea, and you'd asked me what's the relevance of NATO, I would have said fuck all. You know, I would have said fuck all. But now, how are you supposed to make that argument now?
And we want to change that, and will achieve it.
Now, the question of security. I pointed out to the Russian president that Russia was actually less secure since his decision to go to war with Ukraine, because there are now drone attacks regularly in Russian cities. Russian cities have been shelled regularly. Ukrainian troops are occupying a chunk of Russian territory. None of this happened before his decision to invade Ukraine. President Putin accepted that this hadn't happened, but in his response he said to me, well, things would have been even worse. He suggested that if he hadn't have acted, and if he hadn't have invaded Ukraine, Russia would have become a second-class state and would have lost it.
What is he talking about? They would not have become a second-class state. If anything, this is what's making Russia a second-class state. All of the sanctions that have happened since then, how much money Russia has spent since then, how many Russians have died, how much Russian infrastructure and other things have been destroyed. I mean, obviously the Russian reputation, which was somewhat being, what's the word? You know, like, ever since the accord in the 90s with Ukraine, I felt like Russia had been mending its, post-Soviet reputation in a way that, at least to some degree, was being accepted by, or more than it certainly is now. I mean, and I just, God, it's just, it's not a good situation because everybody's just being drawn into this or that conflict right now. Let's continue talking quickly about the BRICS summit, which did and is, I think, technically it's still going on, but started yesterday, I believe. Like Wednesday yesterday.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has met with multiple world leaders at a summit of the BRICS bloc of developing economies. Attended by the leaders of China, India, Turkey, and Iran, among others, Putin praised the summit's role as a counterbalance to what he called the West's, quote, perverse methods. With 36 countries represented, the summit highlighted the failure of U.S.-led efforts to isolate Russia over Ukraine.
Transition to a more just world order is coming. Its development is being slowed down by forces accustomed to thinking in terms of dominance over everything and everyone. An example of this is Ukraine, which has been and is being used to create critical threats to Russia's security. while ignoring our vital interests and the just concerns about the infringement of the rights of Russian-speaking people. Russian-speaking people is a very interesting phrase. Does that mean that people in the United States who speak Russian should also be subject to this, freeing, this Russian freeing, if you will? I mean, where does the line end, right? I mean, I know that he's referring to people in Ukraine who are, Eastern Orthodox and speak Russian, but that doesn't make them Russian citizens. They're in a different country, and it doesn't give him the right to do what he's been doing. That's a ridiculous sentiment. Does the UK have the right to, invade everybody who speaks English? Because that's basically what he's saying. Like, does UK get a redo on colonialism? I say no. Adamantly no. On both accounts. Now, I honestly didn't know where to put this story. This is another one of those stories where I was like, hey, this could go in multiple places. But we're just gonna do this now. Let's go to Turkey. Associated Press. Well, actually, we're not going to Turkey. We're going to talk about Turkey. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. So, if you didn't hear, over the last day, Turkey decided to strike both Iraq and Syria.
Illegal.
Now, there was an attack in Turkey, and this was supposedly in response to that attack on a supposed militant group. I don't think there's any sort of words to this one, but yeah, seemingly Turkey getting involved in striking other countries in the Middle East now. Specifically Iraq and Syria, feeling left out by Israel. They figured they'd get some bombs in there. Let's go here to Australia. This happened a few days ago. You may have seen my clip of this. Well, this is Indigenous Aboriginal Australian Senator Lydia Thorpe. And if you're not aware, King Charles went to Australia recently, sort of a colonial backpacking trip, if you will.
Give us what you stole from us! Our bones, our skulls, our babies!
Shortly after King Charles III had finished making remarks in Australia's Parliament on Monday, a voice rang out from the back of the hall. Indigenous Senator Lydia Thorpe was escorted out of a reception for the royal couple. Later, she explained why she made the comments.
I did it for truth-telling, global truth-telling about the royals who caused so much devastation to not only our people in this country, but Indigenous people around the world. We don't have a treaty in this country. We've been calling for decades and decades for a treaty. We just want peace. And we want your king to take some leadership and sit at the table and discuss a treaty with us, because treaty is what will bring us peace.
No treaty was ever struck between British colonizers and Australia's Indigenous peoples. Government leaders of all 6 Australian states also opted not to attend the reception for the royals, as they'd prefer an Australian citizen as head of state rather than the British monarch. Australians decided in a referendum in 1999 to retain Queen Elizabeth II. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who won...
The Commonwealth is calling out the UK? Certainly are. It's not the only place either. It's not the only place. We didn't even talk about it. I wanted to talk about Puerto Rico today, because they are doing it too. Also, we saw stuff in French Polynesia, and in, I mean, how many examples are there? So many. So many. So many we don't have time. That's alright, let's keep this moving. Now let's go to the Middle East in full. That's all we got left here today. Might gotta skip a few of these because I started so late and because we've taken so long. State of the Race has honestly taken up so much of my mental bandwidth. Alright, let's just start this all off with a little democracy now.
We begin today's show in Lebanon, where Israel continues to bombard the southern suburbs of Beirut. Health officials report Israel carried out at least 17 strikes overnight, leveling numerous buildings, including the offices of Al Mayadeen, a Lebanese news station. Lebanon's national news agency described last night's attacks as the most violent in the area in recent weeks. Israel also killed 3 Lebanese soldiers in a strike in the southern part of the country. Israel continues to defy international calls for a ceasefire in Lebanon. This comes as French President Emmanuel Macron hosted an aid conference for Lebanon in Paris. Macron reiterated his call for a ceasefire and vowed to send over $100 million in humanitarian aid to Lebanon.
We go now to Beirut, Lebanon.
Did I see the stuff about Starmer getting ambushed? No, I didn't. I missed that one. It's hard to keep up with all of the problems Keir's going through right now. It's a very long list that Keith seems to have of, quandaries, if you will.
We're joined by
Kerfuffles.
Rima Majid. She's an assistant professor of sociology at the American University of Beirut. Thanks so much for being with us. If you can start off by talking about what's happening in one of the oldest cities in the world, in Tyre, in southern Lebanon.
Yes, thank you so much, Amy, for having me on the show again. What was happening yesterday was very, very disheartening, but it's really a crime of a global scale. Tyre is a very central city in terms of archaeology, of history, this has been the second city. So Tyre is a city that is in the south and that is, inhabited by a large population. This is the second city in the south, large city in the south that is being destructed in a systematic way. Yesterday, what we've reports say that the old ruins of Tyre have been hit by strikes. We have seen similar reports from other archaeological and historical sites, such as Baalbek before. These are ruins that have survived thousands of years and that are being now destroyed by Israel. Unfortunately, we're not seeing the same alarm that we saw when other ruins, whether in Syria or Iraq, were targeted. And I think this is a very important issue to flag and to talk about.
So, Rima Majid, can you say why you think these attacks on these ruins have not received the kind of attention they should? Has UNESCO, for example, at least made a comment?
Yeah, I think the whole war on Lebanon is not receiving the attention that it needs to receive. I mean, there is a full-blown war that is taking very little space in the global media for several reasons. One of them is, unfortunately, wars in this part of the world has become material for consumption, and there's maybe a media fatigue, but also there's an impunity that Israel has been enjoying since a long time, but that has become very flagrant since last year, where at this point what we cover is survival and bare life. It's there's so much to cover in terms of people, forced expulsions, people dying, that talking about ruins and history and archaeology is maybe seen not as a priority, but it's it's a devastating conflict or it's a devastating war that is destroying all sorts of life and on this land, whether social life or even when we think about history.
So yeah, there you have it. Israel's been striking Lebanon with the exact same level of sort of genocidal ferocity with which they dealt with seemingly all of Gaza, buildings being destroyed regardless of their military significance or their civilian significance, their historicals, anything. It's all meaningless. It's all meaningless to Israel. They have zero respect for any of that. The only thing that they respect is their own dominance over the area, the US dollar, and I don't know what else. Certainly not even the Torah, because they go against the tenets of Judaism constantly. All right, let's go look at some the recent footage of a strike, which Associated Press claims is actually... Hold on. I take it back. Please hold. I think I might move this. How many do I have left here? All right. Should probably... Well, actually, no. We'll just do it in this order. It's fine. We're just going to do it chronologically. It's going to be too hard for me to try and fix this right now. This is the Associated Press with a video they've entitled "Aftermath of Israeli Strikes on Hezbollah's Financial Arm in Beirut." Now, when you hear that phrase, financial arm, you may be asking yourself, what does that mean? Is that an actual arm holding a bunch of money? What does that mean? Well, it's dubious. Well, not dubious. Well, the claim is dubious. The actual details of this are, well... It's not that. But we're going to get more into that. But this is just to look at the level of destruction of all of this. As you can see, pretty much complete as to this one building, and many of the buildings surrounding it were clearly damaged. This is AP filming in this hospital, where Israel claimed was part of
the hospital in Beirut's
financial arm.
Southern suburbs, where the Israeli army said, without offering any evidence, that Hezbollah was storing hundreds of millions of dollars in cash and gold in tunnels underneath. Journalists from the Associated Press were among those invited to film inside the Sahel General Hospital and the 2 floors underneath it.
This is very an unlegitimate claim. Yeah, I don't know where they got their intelligence from. I said, no, this isn't true. We're here to tell you that this isn't true. I know this is a hospital, people get treated, there's no money or gold.
The area surrounding the hospital has been repeatedly hit by airstrikes over the past 3 weeks. The building had already been largely emptied following the intense bombardment of recent days. The few remaining patients and medical staff were hastily evacuated after the Israeli claim. Claims by Israel that public buildings are being used by militant groups are not uncommon. Similar claims were made of hospitals
really?
in Gaza, and staff are worried.
That's right, they were. Shocking, AP.
Not uncommon. Similar claims were made of hospitals in Gaza, and staff are worried that the destruction seen there could be repeated in Lebanon.
Now, it's funny because a day before they were making videos entitled "Israel Strikes Hezbollah's Financial Arm," and now suddenly they're like, "Yeah, maybe we were a little hasty with that call."
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Kind of awkward moment for them. Let's here. This is a wild story. Associated Press, 2 days ago. If you didn't hear about it, Israel decided to pre-assassinate a leader. That's right. You might be asking yourself, what does that mean? Pre-assassinate. Is that a word? Well, if it isn't, it is now. I just said it. I think this is the archive, right? Oh, maybe it's not. I don't think they say anything in this. All of this is, there's no subtitles, nothing. But this was the man who died, who was supposed to be in Israel's mind, right? And their belief is that he was going to be Hezbollah's next leader. And so, since they don't want anyone to be able to negotiate with, they decided to pre-assassinate him so they can continue killing the rest of Lebanese people. Right? Because the problem is if leaders are alive for Israel, that means that there's technically somebody who exists that they're supposed to be talking to try and make peace when they don't want that. And so that's really inconvenient. And so pre-assassination's a really big, it's like a great tool for Israel to be able to avoid doing any of that sort of diplomacy stuff. All right, let's go here to the press once again from 2 days ago. Lebanon's national airline continues Beirut flights despite Israeli airstrikes. Can you imagine trying to fly planes through airstrikes? Kathy, we've got a problem on the starboard side of the plane.
Well, definitely we have reassurances that the airport is kept aside from the war. And even not just for repatriation flight, but even after repatriation flight, as long as it is used for civilian use. And this is what the Lebanese government is making sure.
Pre-assassination is not a word. Okay, I'll be honest, I made up pre-assassination. What did they claim? They just claimed that it was justified. It was justified strike on a future leader. They didn't actually come up with a new word. I just decided to help come up with a new word. It's an interesting tactic that they're using, right? And I felt it needed new terminology to describe what was going on.
But even after repatriation flight, as long as it is used for civilian use, and this is what the Lebanese government is making sure that it's only used for civilian. Well, we have continuous coordination with the air traffic control. We have continuous coordination with the Lebanese government. The chairman is on daily contact with the Prime Minister. We have daily contact with the forces, security forces at the airport. So all of this helps us in doing our risk assessment. Now we've parked some aircraft outside to minimize the risk, the exposure on the ground. We have increased the number of night stops for aircraft so that also the exposure on the ground is minimal.
Yeah, I genuinely can't imagine having to go from being what is essentially a civilian pilot to being an unwitting military pilot, having to avoid literal missiles and drone strikes. Okay, this is footage of another strike in Lebanon. I mean, it's every other strike I see. Even when I'm not streaming, I see these, and I try to cover all of them, but yeah, I don't even have the time every time we stream. Here's another one. Every single day, we get one of these in Lebanon, which, as you can tell, is incredibly densely populated. Jesus. And that woman who was on Democracy Now! Is right. This is not getting enough attention. All this stuff is, all these videos are AP, right? And most people are not watching the AP. AP is not on television, right? AP is meant to be something of a resource for mainstream outlets like CNN to draw from. But they don't, you know, nobody is really paying attention to them in the same way they are other, I mean, you know, they have the YouTube channel, of course, which gets views. But you get what I'm saying. Like the average person who is often somebody who still somehow watches cable television, you know, they're not getting any of this stuff. Now let's go here before we finish talking about Lebanon.
The latest outlandish claim by Israel is that Hezbollah, apparently, according to them, is hiding lots of gold, millions of dollars in gold and cash in a bunker underneath a hospital. What do you know?
Crazy that would happen.
It's so crazy.
Just noticed
Hamas
this
is
just now.
hiding all their weapons.
I don't know how I did not notice this on my first watch, but Matt Binder's autofocus has gone completely rogue. This is fucking hilarious.
In a bunker underneath a hospital. What do you know?
Crazy that would happen.
It's so crazy. Hamas is hiding all their weapons under hospitals in Gaza.
Never heard that before.
Israel, that's the last place I would hide something.
Yeah. Right, because it's the first place they look. But they are dumb savages because they're Muslims. So you're
Safest place to hide things in the Middle East is military targets.
You have
They never learn. They never learn.
Yeah, duh. They're just blindly motivated by their
It's like
hatred of
hiding in
Jews.
plain sight.
Anyway, so the BBC was able to investigate this claim. They were able to go under the Al Sahel hospital in Beirut. That's where Israel is claiming that millions of dollars of cash and gold are being hidden. A reminder, Israel has decimated the healthcare system in Beirut, in southern Lebanon, it's hanging by a thread. I saw an American Wall Street Journal reporter got a quote from a hospital director. It's like dominoes. If we close, the other hospitals will start to close. So Israel is making...
Yeah, continuing to make the same very suspect sort of garbage claims they have been.
It's following through on its promise. A lot of the Likud party leaders said they wanted to turn Beirut into Gaza. My God, they're doing their best to do that. But here's another piece of their insane propaganda debunked by the BBC.
Well, we're on level -2 in the Al Sahel hospital. The area just behind me is where medical waste is stored. Even that was opened up for us to have a look. The morgue was opened up. All of the drawers were opened to show us there was nothing inside. Doctors have been opening piles of surgical scrubs, boxes of equipment, very, very keen to show us everything there is to see and to prove that there is nothing here. Well, I'm just coming now from the basement on -2 up to -1. We've been brought around the hospital by doctors. We've also been allowed to move around on our own. Doors have been opened for us in every area, cupboards. We've been allowed to see what there is to see. Now, the hospital staff are adamant that there is no hidden bunker here containing millions of dollars of cash or gold, as the Israelis have claimed. They say this is just a hospital where patients were being treated last night and where they had to be evacuated from the emergency area at great speed because doctors were worried for the lives of the patients and also worried for the staff.
Yeah, do you approve a fine Irish accent too? Okay, well I'm okay. Others are approving of the accent, although I think the story is the most, at least for me, is the best part of this whole situation. I mean, it would be great to see CNN do this story. I mean, my God, how hard would it be? Little bit of journalism.
So, I also want to state the obvious here. Money and gold. First of all, if anyone had claimed that Israel was hiding a bunch of gold under their hospital system and that justified Hezbollah bombing it, the amount, I mean...
You don't even need to spell it out.
You understand how anti-Semitic that...
Seriously, oh my, can you imagine what the response would have been? I mean, oh my God. If you think the response to this protests was bad, oh boy. Nobody gave this to the hospitals in Gaza, not that it mattered. I mean, nobody did, but partly because nobody was there. The pre-October 7th, right? I mean, I totally get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to give anybody a pass, but I guess my point is, in terms of convenience, the media was already in Lebanon. It's a UN Security Council country. Okay, Gaza, technically, and don't take this the wrong way, technically not a country, right? I mean, have they been recognized as a country now by many states? Yes. But formal, you know what I mean? Like all the formal stuff still needs to happen. And, you know, they're still occupied and all this other stuff. Lebanon was and is a sovereign UNSC country where the media already existed, right? That convenience, the ease of access just wasn't there. They have to, I mean, you know, especially as it relates to Gaza, they're being literally held back by the IDF at gunpoint. So that's certainly, at least to some degree, an out for them. Not that I'm trying to give them one. I'm just saying, like, in terms of, there's no parity between the two situations, even though clearly there should be more, and we would love more coverage from the mainstream media inside Palestine, but alas. No. All right. This is the only place that still has this up after these reports came out. Forbes breaking news. Of course. And CNN had this up, I think. And I think they took it down, if I'm not mistaken. This is the only place I could find it. I could be wrong.
Tonight, we're exposing Hezbollah's financial network and how Hezbollah uses it to fund its terrorist activities. In recent years, the state of Lebanon...
And if you're not clear, this is him talking about the hospital. I guess I wasn't very specific about what's happening, but this is him talking about that hospital, and this is their little graphics that they have. Wait, not this one. Yeah, actually, I guess it starts here. Although, whatever.
With millions of dollars in cash and gold, the money was being used to finance Hezbollah's attacks on Israel. This vault was deliberately located under a residential building. Our strikes will degrade Hezbollah's ability to finance its attacks on Israelis. Tonight, I am going to declassify intelligence on a site that we did not strike, where Hezbollah has...
I'm pretty sure pretty much everything that Israel says at this point now is just sort of unintentional justification for others to do things to Israel. I mean, because if you were to, sort of equally apply this to all sides, that would make all Israeli banks and financial institutions, as well as potentially American banks and institutions. But I don't want to go there. But he's kind of forcing my hand on that one, not gonna lie.
Millions of dollars in gold and cash in Hassan Nasrallah's bunker. Where is the bunker located? Directly under El Sahel Hospital, in the heart.
Jesus Christ. And we just went over how this is all just a manufactured propaganda. I mean, it's wild. And I love how Forbes thinks that this is worth keeping up. Okay, Forbes. Even CNN thought they should take it down. I was actually shocked to see that they had taken it down. Alright, let's go here now to Democracy Now! From 3 days ago. Will Netanyahu incite a war with Iran? Certainly seems like he wants to.
The Biden administration has launched a probe after highly classified U.S. intelligence documents were posted online showing Israel's taking steps to launch a retaliatory attack on Iran. One document came from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, the other from the NSA, the National Security Agency. The documents reference recent Israeli drills involving air-launched ballistic missiles as well as covert drone activity. On Friday, President Biden was asked if he knew how and when Israel would attack Iran. Biden responded by saying yes and yes, unquote. Iran has issued a complaint with the UN's nuclear watchdog over Israeli threats to strike Iran's atomic energy sites in retaliation for a series of Iranian missiles that were fired into Israel earlier this month. Iran's foreign ministry issued a statement today saying, quote, threats to attack nuclear sites are against UN resolutions and are condemned, unquote. This comes as a drone hit Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's seaside home Saturday in the northern Israeli town of Caesarea. Netanyahu and his family were not home at the time of the incident, which caused superficial damage to his home. He shared this video on social media after the attack.
Prime Minister, how is it going? Well, 2 days ago, we took out Yahya Sinwar, the terrorist mastermind whose goons beheaded our men, raped our women, burnt babies alive.
Oh my
We
God.
took him out, and we're continuing our battle with Iran's...
He's still repeating all of this stuff. And, you know, the mainstream media doesn't even do anything to try and fact check him on it. So frustrating. And then I just heard, I don't know if anybody saw the what was it? The Piers Morgan interview with oh my god, Bassem Youssef, the third one, most recent one. But like Piers was claiming that nobody's claiming that anybody beheaded any babies, but here I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna make sure I didn't. Yeah, didn't. Maybe I misheard him.
Prime Minister, how is it going? Well, 2 days ago, we took out Yahya Sinwar, the terrorist mastermind whose goons beheaded our men, raped our women, burnt babies alive. We took him out, and we're continuing our battle with Iran's other terrorist proxies. We're going to win this war. So will something deter you? No.
That was Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking to his aide. The Prime Minister also wrote on social media, quote, "The attempt by Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, to assassinate me and my wife today was a grave mistake. I say to Iran and its proxies and its axis of evil, anyone who tries to harm Israel's citizens will pay a heavy price," Netanyahu said. For more, we go to Tehran, to Iran, where we're joined by Hassan Ahmadian, Assistant Professor of West Asian and North African Studies at the University.
Actually, I just realized how deep we are on the stream. We gotta end this. We gotta end this very, very soon. So I gotta keep us moving very soon. Shit. How is it this late? Wow. Well, when you're in space, time just goes flying by. 5.5 hours. What am I, Hassan? All right, no. He does longer streams than that, right? He does like 10-hour streams. All right, let's go here. This was Vedant Patel, State Department spokesman, or under spokesman, I guess, technically. He had a rough time here a couple days ago. Or is he White House? I can't remember. No, I think no.
Do you know how many aid trucks arrived in northern Gaza over the weekend up until today?
I don't have a specific breakdown for you on transit.
Sorry. I'm going to skip ahead here.
Has reintroduced a law called, quote-unquote, agent of influence.
Sorry, this isn't the one I wanted.
Regarding Dr. Siddiqui's incarceration.
Sure. Police in southern Pakistan have shot at a doctor accused of blasphemy, and it's not just killing. After he was killed, a violent mob dragged out his dead body from a car and burnt it to death in front of his family. How much are you concerned about the rise of religious extremism in Pakistan?
We uniformly oppose blasphemy law.
Where is it? Why am I think it's right at the very end.
You know, like sanctioning North Korea or any steps to take.
At the center of this, if these developments are true, they would certainly be incredibly dangerous, and that is why at the core of this is continuing to consult with our allies and partners, of which ROK would certainly be a part of that. But I'm not going to preview any actions we may or may not take.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Do you know how many aid trucks arrived in northern Gaza over the weekend up until today?
I don't have a specific breakdown for you on transit intra-Gaza. What I can say is what I answered to Saeed's question is that there were, and I will pull up the number again just to be precise, it was on October 21st, 114 trucks that we saw enter Gaza, which again, not at all, don't offer that statistic to say that that is satisfactory, but that is the updated metric that we have, and simultaneously we of course are stressing with partners in Israel that more needs to be done to enhance the flow of humanitarian aid.
I ask because a journalist yesterday on the ground in northern Gaza. Yesterday, he told me that an UNRWA facility in Gaza City had received 7 trucks containing flour and canned goods, but which have yet to be distributed, but received no water. I don't know what you do with flour without water, but you know, they're having a hard time even distributing these because of the ongoing onslaught there.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I don't know, the utter lack of roads and systems with which to distribute this aid. But 7 seems like a lot less than 114.
You right there. We are not at all saying that the situation has improved or that the situation is satisfactory. Far from it. We have, in the immediate days following the letter that Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin sent, we saw some important steps in the right direction as it relates to particular border crossings. Those were good positive signs. I can say that on October 21st, 114 trucks made its way into Gaza, but of course we are continuing to see challenges as it relates to ensuring that aid is getting to where it needs to go within Gaza. That's something that we are continuing to work closely on with partners in Israel, NGO partners, and international organizations, and that's something we'll continue to stress. All right, everyone, we're going to wrap there. Thanks.
No follow-ups, thank you. Nobody asked me why I just claimed there was 114 aid trucks instead of the actual number, which was 7.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
All right, let's go to this. It's a very quick snippet of a much longer piece I'd like us to look at later of a Democracy Now! Interview with oh shit, what's her name? Oh god, I can't think of her name.
After 9/11 and after the war on terror, the U.S. government worked so hard to rehabilitate ties in the Arab world, to improve people-to-people relations. All of that has been devastated. I mean, we are going to feel the repercussions of that for years, decades, generation, because we have lost.
Sorry, I cut her off at the very beginning. Let's try this once more. It's only like 30 seconds long.
After 9/11 and after the war on terror, the U.S. government worked so hard to rehabilitate ties in the Arab world, to improve people-to-people relations. All of that has been devastated. I mean, we are going to feel the repercussions of that for years, decades, generation, because we have lost all credibility. We are seen as a country of double standards. We only care about human rights when it's the human rights of a certain people. We only care about freedom of press when the journalists are not Arab, right? And this is abundantly clear to people across the Arab world, and at this point beyond.
Okay,
The Israeli military has released footage showing what it said were people evacuating northern Gaza. The Israeli military has released footage showing what it said were people evacuating northern Gaza. A spokesperson said the army had arrested militants and allowed civilians, quote, to safely evacuate the area via organized routes. However, Palestinians described it to the Associated Press as forced displacement.
by God, please find a solution for us, even a truce. We are dying. I am from Beit Hanun, and I have been displaced from one place to another. Because I have been displaced so many times. Food and drink are without. Sorry, I'm reading poorly today. I will reach as far as Rafah, because I have been displaced so many times. Food and drink are not everything. We want a peace of mind. We want our children to live not like prisoners. What else can I say? We're being killed. It's not just about eating and drinking. We say to every Arab leader, the Palestinian people want to live like any other nation. All children just want to live and learn. This is the second school year they have lost.
Gaza has suffered the heaviest destruction of the war.
Seriously. So, anybody who's familiar with early childhood sociological sort of like the facts, this is bad. I've been saying it for this whole time. Oh, God. All right. How much do we have left? How much time do I have to end this? Let's end this with this.
The Israeli military has released footage
Whoa.
showing what it said were people evacuating
Settle
northern
down,
Gaza.
lady.
A spokesperson said the army had arrested militants and allowed civilians, quote, to safely evacuate the area via organized routes.
We just listened to
However,
that video.
Palestinians described it to
Pause.
the Associated Press as
Why?
for.
Where's the sound even coming from? All right, last vid. Sorry, everybody. I just realized how late it is. This one's fun. This one's fun. This one came across my YouTube feed. I clicked it. I was not disappointed. Oh no, it's muted.
I'm Jewish on my mom's side, Italian on my dad's side. I'm part of a secret group that runs the world's plumbing. That's an example of an anti-Semitic joke. And I bring that up.
Sorry, hold on. Did you hear? Another video just started playing in the background randomly. I don't know why. This keeps happening. Hold on, I'm just gonna close this. I don't even need these open. Maybe that'll fix it. Take two. Now I have no sound. Oh, kill me now. Kill me now, Jesus. Alright. I can fix it. We have the technology. We can rebuild him.
I'm Jewish on my mom's side, Italian on my dad's side. I'm part of a secret group that runs the world's plumbing. That's an example of an anti-Semitic joke. And I bring that up because that's what anti-Semitism used to mean. It used to mean you'd say, oh, Jews, they run the banks, they run Hollywood, they're all cheap, they all have big noses. But then something changed. Something changed, and now anti-Semitism seems to mean criticizing Israel in any way, shape, or form, which feels different. I mean, now if you say something like, oh, I think Israel should stop bombing innocent civilians, some people are like, that's a stereotype. Not all Jews shouldn't bomb innocent civilians.
Oh, God.
It's a tricky thing because it can be hard to separate criticizing Israel from people who are being anti-Semitic. But you know, that's the problem with the ethno-state. It would be like if there was a country entirely comprised of furries. What happens someday, they invade you and you're like, hey, knock it off. And they're like, that's king shaming. I had a big dinner with the Jewish side of my family. They called it Rosh Hashanah or some shit. Somehow I got seated right next to my grandfather. So my mom, she texted me at the beginning of the meal. She said, please, 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 do not talk about Israel. And I said, fine, I don't need to talk about Israel. Instead, I just gradually encroached on my grandfather's plate. me some of his food, but I was not interested in a 2-plate solution. No. I wanted the whole fucking thing. And at some point he got annoyed. He brushed my hand away, so I punched him in the face.
Illegal.
Israel's done a very good job of labeling any criticism of them as anti-Semitic, and you know, I think it's everything going on. It's brutal. There's nothing good about it, but I do try to see the silver linings and things. Now, whenever my girlfriend gets mad at me, I accuse her of anti-Semitism. I mean, I'd be thinking that surely that can't work because, you know, your girlfriend's Jewish. They get a solution for that too. I go, you're a self-hating Jew. When she got mad at me, she made lunch for herself the next day. I got hungry, ate it the night before, and she started yelling at me. I was like, baby, Hamas was in the Tupperware.
Oh. I just thought that was great. Figured it'd be good for a day when felt like we needed to pick up from all the, you know, all the difficult stuff we've been dealing with here. That was a great take, honestly. As somebody with Jewish families, to some degree relates. I relate. All right, now that was the last video, so we're gonna do the world's shortest super secret app. Well, we can get to it. Well, I'm afraid that's it. Hope you all enjoyed this here stream. But that's gonna be it for me. Till I see you next, well, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Cannot forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apok, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped build and contribute to the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.